Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was primordial biblical god? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Ops stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry stood before the slain basilisk gasping for breath. He couldn't believe what was happening. He felt sick to his stomach at the events that had unfolded, as if his entire existence was a cruel joke written out to entertain others. Casting his gaze downwards, he saw the chipped fong and pool of black ink that had been perfectly preserved since he was last down here. Just a week ago he'd stood in this very spot and killed someone. Sure, it was Voldemort, but he was 12 years old. Why hadn't Dumbledore been there? Why hadn't any of the teachers been competent enough to understand what was happening? And why was everyone blaming him that Ginny didn't survive? Most adults don't survive possession, let alone an 11-year-old. Nothing in the magical world made sense to him, like a book that had every other page torn out. It's not like he could return to the Muggle world either. Living with the Dursleys was hell, and he couldn't take it anymore. Recently, Harry's days had become darker and darker. The pressure on his shoulders increased with every expectant gaze. The frines that had held him up had let him down. He couldn't take it anymore. That was why he was down here. This way no one could ever find him, and maybe he could finally be at peace. See the bigger picture, or at least his parents. Taking his Gryffindor courage, he made the first cut before he could talk himself out of it. That wasn't so bad, he could barely feel the pain. He couldn't look now, it was almost over. 2. Suddenly, Harry felt light-headed and sank to the floor as his vision swam. Red blood mixed with black ink, and he closed his eyes, missing the bright flash and solemn face watching over him. And so here ends the story of Harry Potter, the chosen one, as he sits alone dying. The mortal world had failed him as it has so many others. However, no story ever truly ends. Many live on through people and memories. Others, like young Harry, simply have a different part to play. To understand the role Harry has been thrust into, one must know the beginning of another story. A story of war between gods and men. A story of disciples, the faithful and the faithless. I am, of course, speaking of the 4 horsemen. In the Muggle Bible, it is said that God shall release 4 immortal beings to bring forth the end times. Death, famine, war, and conflict. The Muggles haven't got this quite right. The original horsemen were 4 wizards, loyal servants of death, like necromancers, but chosen to maintain the balance of magic on Earth. Sadly though, even gods make mistakes, and the horsemen fell apart. First, there was Morgana, Merlin, Mordred, and Cersei. They became greedy with power, Merlin trying to control the light, the others craving the power of darkness. And so death took their immortality and cast them into the underworld. Then came the founders. Godric, Rowena, and Helga were simply stripped of their immortality when Salazar, Speaker of Death, became consumed by his hate for Muggleborns. Since then, Death has been more careful in his selection of servants. Each must pass test after test. Now his horsemen are complete. The mortals will mourn the day Harry Potter died. And Azrael, death of the 4 horsemen, was born. Chapter 2. Chaos is a constant. Dumbledore was not happy. That is to say, the twinkle in his eyes had dimmed significantly. Otherwise his grandfatherly, genial outward appearance remained intact, an ability that often caused great annoyance within others. Why was he not happy? Quite simply because of an argument. The Wisengamot had met today, and as Supreme Mugwump he was required to attend. Which unfortunately meant he had spoken to Minister Cornelius Fudge again, which only ever ended one way. The minister, like the rest of the wizarding world, only ever asked one thing. What happened to Harry Potter? No one had been happy when the boy who lived couldn't save someone else. So when the child was missing for a few days, no one cared enough to look. Everyone agreed that the boy was moping at the lack of attention. Only Filius, Minerva, and Pomona bothered to look for their missing student. When Harry hadn't appeared by the time the students went home, the wizarding world fell into panic. It wasn't until a month later that the unspeakables confirmed with a spell what they had all been dreading. Harry Potter was dead. 2 years later, and Dumbledore was storming up to his office, furious that everyone blamed him for the tragic events. Whilst Albus would never wish the death of a student, he could not find it within himself to grieve the child. Not when he had died at the wrong time. Severus Mark was darkening every day, and now there was no savior to stop Voldemort. The war was too important for the headmaster to truly care about the life of the deceased young wizard. Shaking himself of those dreary thoughts, the headmaster walked into his office and for once was caught off guard by the presence of visitors. In his brooding, plotting, he had forgotten the meeting he'd called at the conclusion of the Wisengamot. To promote unity in international trade, Lucius Malfoy had suggested the reinstatement of the Triwizard Tournament, which meant Hogwarts would be hosting students and teachers of France and Bulgaria. "Albus, what is going on?" asked McGonagall, panicked. Severus stayed silent as usual. It was no wonder the entire order mistrusted the spy, though the potions professor had been more quiet since Potter's death. The other order members in the room looked at Albus, clearly waiting for an answer to the Scottish animagus question. "As you all know, Severus Mark has been darkening. Voldemort is surely coming back, and with young Harry gone, there is no one to stop him." Albus stayed silent and looked down as if in mourning. A grandfather ridden with guilt over the loss. Taking a deep breath, as if drawing strength, he looked back up at his loyal followers. Lucius Malfoy suggested the reinstatement. Such an event would be the perfect distraction for Voldemort to rise back into power, so we must remain vigilant. "Minerva, I need you to begin preparations with the other faculty for our guests. Hogwarts will be hosting the cup." Once the members understood their orders, they left at his command like good little soldiers. He couldn't help but be relieved this was starting again. Once Voldemort returned, everyone would look to him, Albus Dumbledore, to save them again. Everything was going according to plan. Severus watched the Weasleys leave, grimacing at their false pity for Potter's death. He may not have liked the boy, but he had sworn to protect and had failed to do so. However, even he felt it had been unfair to blame the boy for the youngest Weasley's death. He walked down to his chambers, torches flickering against the dungeon walls as he swooped past. A pensive look crossed Severus' face as he thought what everyone was too scared to say. The boy had killed himself. They'd never found a body, but it was obvious. However, that one event in second year couldn't have been the only reason. Last year he had sworn to understand why Potter had done such a thing. It was what Severus had to do, a part of his oath. After all, why else would Severus still have his magic now Potter was dead? He'd sworn an unbreakable vow. However, Albus had been keeping him on a tight leash, and he hadn't found the answers to the many questions Harry Potter had left behind. Now, though, the tournament would distract Albus enough for him to visit Potter's home. What was the point of fighting Voldemort now that Lily and her son were gone? Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger sat in the corner of the library as usual. She had a large book about the Triwizard Tournament in front of her as he reread Quidditch Through the Ages for the 1000th time. The two magical students had been hailed as heroes at first, revered for helping defeat the monster in the chamber, and pitted for being friends with Harry Potter. That is until he died. After the death of their savior, the tables turned fast, and Ron and Hermione had been ostracized for their words against the wizard. Only the Order listened to them now, and even then they were told nothing. Only through eavesdropping had they discovered the Triwizard Tournament was happening. This is why they were researching the tournament. Or rather, Hermione was. They, like many other witches and wizards, were desperate for the money and fame that came with winning the tournament. How else were they going to be the Golden Trio again? Or duo, rather. Potter had been a coward and ditched them. This was the only way they could get back what they once had. The only way they could show everyone they were wrong. The two students, professor and headmaster, had no idea that that very day, the one person in the world that could answer their prayers were only a few miles away, resting in a room at the leaky cauldron of Diagon Alley. Chapter 3. Shaping up. Asriel sighed happily at the warm feeling that surrounded him, like summer sunlight shining through a window. Finally, he was free. He felt like he was floating, and decided he would quite happily feel this way forever, held in a warm embrace. He forgot all the pain and hardship he felt, he was just peace. These thoughts were very quickly discarded by a sudden harsh falling sensation, and the feeling of smooth silk sheets. Annoyed, he grumbled and stood from his bed to take a shower. He disliked resurrection each time it happened, every fucking morning, but the hatred of living for another day had long since faded. His friends and Lord had seen to that. As he walked past the mirror, the timeless-seeming boy glanced in the mirror, surprised as always by what he saw. He wasn't particularly muscled by any means, not like Kratos. He was more lean though, not quite as wiry as Mars, but well-built and strong. He was much taller than when he'd first joined his Lord's service. Unsurprising considering he'd been 12. It had only been 2 years in the human world, but the transformation and his training had developed his body, magic and mind into that of a mature wizard about 17. Harsh black lines ran along the length of his muscled torso, and ancient runes of status and power decorated the curve of his back. Despite his very large divergence from the scrawny 12-year-old boy hero, there was one thing that wouldn't change: the scars. He had almost as many as Kratos, though nowhere near the number Mars had. Unsurprising considering their roles. They had 2 very distinct ones: a lightning bolt on his forehead and a puckered circle at his shoulder blade. Fighting a Dark Lord and a basilisk would do that. Life had left the scars on his mind, and Muggles had left the faint white lines running the length of his back. Shaking his head of his dreary thoughts, he stepped into the shower, a grounding hot stream of water cascading down his back. 10 minutes later, though it felt like no time had passed at all, he heard Hel shout out that breakfast was ready. Turning off the shower, he dressed himself in a black turtleneck jumper and a skinny jeans. Barefoot, he padded down the stairs as silent as a shadow. Walking into the kitchen, he found his 3 favorite people waiting for him. His silent support and mysterious friend Callahan Niall was the Horseman of War, Mars his official title. Harry knew little of him, only that the man had passed the 3 trials after dying defending magical France from Spanish Muggles. Damien Barra, Kratos, Horseman of Conflict. He knew better, though the man annoyed him so. He'd been a black slave during the French Revolution and had been killed during the Crossfire. This didn't stop him from being the most immature little shit Harry had ever met. And he knew Draco Malfoy. Maria Zabini, a tall Italian succubus of a woman, was like a sister to him. She'd looked after him since he'd joined their fold. Otherwise known as Hel, the Horseman of Famine understood him more than the others. She too had been despised by her family. The product of a pure-blood affair, she was turned out to the streets during the Victorian period, starving with many others like her. As she grew, she learnt to use her looks and her magic to make her way through life, finally charming her way into the heart of her half-brother, unbeknownst to him. A slow-acting poison turning their food to ash, took care of her brother and father, whilst illness destroyed her in the end. Harry cleared his throat, making Damien jump. As always, he made an amused noise at the back of his throat, but refused to speak before drinking his coffee. Generally the 3 would be chatting away, or rather Damien would fail to flirt with Maria whilst she discussed the day's events with Callahan. Their silence is what drew his attention that something was different this morning. What's going on? No one replied for a minute, and Harry simply collected his usual breakfast of cereal and fruit salad before sitting at the table. Well, the 3 adult wizards exchanged glances before finally settling on Maria to explain it best. Last night Callahan had a dream. That in itself confused Harry, as their kind rarely dreamed. They didn't even really sleep. At night, they simply returned to their state of death before being resurrected the next day. Callahan took over quickly, seeing Maria's worry for Harry was taking over. There was a tall castle on a hill staring down at the 4 of us. For animals, a snake, a lion, a badger and an eagle led us through its halls to a man with a drawn face and pointed beard. I saw a dagger and flash of red before I was resurrected. You know what this means, Azrael? If Harry hadn't understood before, he would from the use of his formal Reaper title. Azrael, Horseman of Death. They had a new mission, one that would lead him back to Hogwarts. It was time for Harry Potter to go home. Face blank, he nodded slowly, as if thoughtful, though really he was concentrating very hard on controlling his expression. Very well, we will depart at sundown. We can rest at the leaky cauldron and then do surveillance before proceeding further. Decided. Harry stood without eating and returned to his room. He needed to think. The others looked to each other, not needing to share their thoughts. Harry had improved massively since their lord had first introduced him, but could he handle this? The boy was so strong and yet so gentle at the same time, necessary for his role within the horsemen. This, however, stood him apart from the others. For one, he was the only one that had killed himself. The others had died from war, disease and hatred, the very thing they'd been born to present. His death was quite simply that, death. Nothing else to truly blame. Could their friend and compatriot handle returning to the place he had died, and the hands that had pushed him too far? Harry sat at his desk trying desperately to get his emotions together. The last time he'd felt such distress was the day he'd realized he was dead. He'd been sitting at this very dressing table staring down at the smooth dark mahogany. Lost in thought, he'd been wondering just how he'd gotten into this situation. Training to hunt, to spy, to kill, all for the purpose of serving a god. He'd decided to look back at the events, the chamber, Ginny's death. Everyone had blamed him, and then, this is when the realization had finally hit him. He'd gone down to the chamber to kill himself. Then his lord took him to the others. No, he'd killed himself. He'd then been bombarded with flashes of tears and blades and blood. Then a dark solemn face watching him as all else faded to black. Harry had been surprised to feel tears rolling down his cheeks, and once they'd started they wouldn't stop. Full, choking sobs racked his body until it hurt. A flying dagger hitting his dressing table snapped him out of it, and he turned to find Callahan standing there blankly. The transformation is complete, little one. We all enter a world crying. It's a sign of something new, new life. Looking down, Harry could still see the chip where the dagger had embedded itself, and he found solace in that. It was time to return to the mortal world. He'd known this would happen one day, but he'd foolishly hoped that he had a few millennia of service first. He smirked when he thought about the faces of those who'd betrayed him. The wizarding world wouldn't know what hit it. Chapter 4. The Leaky Cauldron. Harry had never actually been in the pub before, but had heard it mentioned plenty of times. Diagon Alley was in London, so he didn't have to worry about Dumbledore spotting them. But it was one flew away from Rosmerda's pub in Hogsmeade, easy access to the school. They had all placed a strong invisibility spell around them, something most wizards would say was impossible. Death's favored, of course, had certain privileges when it came to the laws of magical possibility, something that explained a lot about what Harry had achieved when he was younger and alive. Mariah was most well known in the wizarding world, the Zabinus becoming a respected pureblood family. Her son, Blaise, even went to Hogwarts as Harry had. She had reserved the room and they simply walked straight up to plan. Just because this case is personal to myself and hell, does not mean we can lose our heads and rush into this. We still follow standard procedure. Infiltrate, survey, capture, kill, clean up and leave. Okay. Harry looked around at his three friends, waiting for various affirmations. Mariah and Callahan nodded, but strangely Damien appeared less eager. Damien? The French slave sighed and moved his thumb over the grooves of his ring, as he often did when he was nervous. Whilst Damien always loved to push Harry's buttons, when they were on a mission, Harry was Osriel, Lord Death, their superior. That's how Harry knew Damien would say something he wouldn't like. It's just, I would have thought we had to get a little personal with this one. Surely our Lord would have sent the instructions to you like normal, if this was standard procedure. The war between light and dark is getting closer and closer. The number of Death Eater attacks have been rising, and your scar has been burning like hell the past few nights. Do you think, perhaps, our Lord is wanting us to get involved? Instantly Harry's brows furrowed. He'd been right. This was not what he wanted to hear. They had looked into all the events occurring at Hogwarts, and the Tri-Wizard tournament was suspicious. Lucius Malfoy was a known Death Eater, an insulting name to their lord, but he had suggested it. The competition would be a good distraction for a certain powerful dark wizard to come into power. And what would you suggest, Kratos? That we join the dark? Or do we join the light? If death required our hand to tip the scales, he would instruct me to do as such. He hasn't, so we stick to the plan. If our orders change, I will let you know. Damien's brow furrowed, and Azriel instantly knew his wish for this to be another simple mission was just that. A wish. Even if fate hadn't wished for this to happen, Damien wasn't going to let this go. Harry had to fight just like Dumbledore wanted. He sighed and rubbed a hand over his face. Being dead, Harry didn't get tired, but these last few days left him feeling exhausted. His emotions were all over the place behind his blank mask, and he hated it. The sooner this is over with, the better for all of us. I thought I'd left this behind. Harry hadn't meant to say that last part out loud, and scowled at the words. Never mind. We all know the layout by now. It's time to move in and check out what's going on. Mars and I will check for secret passages and weaknesses in the wards under the cover of night. It's good to keep Callahan as our secret weapon if something goes on, and I can't risk getting personally involved. Kratos, there will be security for the games. I want you to disguise yourself as an Auror. Your job will be to control any damaging situations and collect information on the Ministry's plans. Hell, you are the most well-known in the wizarding world at the moment, both an advantage and disadvantage. You can visit as you know many Ministry members, and your son is there. I want you to be your usual charming self, gossip, pick up any information you can get. Don't get too involved though, we can't risk you being connected to the assassination of Igor Karkarov in any way. Understood? Once the horsemen understood their roles, they went downstairs, fleeing away to Hogsmeade, just as night fell. Time to get to work. Dumbledore sat in his office, very pleased with himself, and was sucking on a calming drought-soaked lemon drop as a reward. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang had arrived on time, and had been settled in nicely to the school, the French with Ravenclaw, most of the birds spoke French, and the Bulgarians with Slytherin, after all dark wizards belonged with dark wizards. Yes, everything was going nicely. Severus Mark was dark as a storm cloud now. Voldemort would soon rise again, and Dumbledore could once again take back his spot as the wizarding world's hero. Though Igor did seem a little worried over something, it wasn't a concern to Albus right now. He was busy making sure the Death Eater impersonating Alistair Moody put Neville Longbottom's name in the goblet. If he knew Tom Riddle, and he did, he knew exactly what resurrection ritual would be used, and Longbottom's blood would be perfect. Yes, everything was going according to plan. Nothing was going to plan. When Igor had first heard the Bulgarian minister's suggestion of partaking in this tournament, he'd been adamant his boys would not be involved. He had no time for frivolous games. He had enough on his plate with his mark darkening. Coming to England only endangered him. However, that was no longer his biggest problem, something many people would struggle to believe. No, he, Igor Karkarov, was in much greater danger than the Dark Lord's wrath. Messengers of death were after him. The 4 horsemen. Most didn't believe in death's servants, assuming it was a myth told to keep children from practicing dark magic. Do not tip the scales of balance, child, or death shall send the horsemen for your soul. However, after the many assassinations over the last 2 years, most people believed or were at least wary. So many corrupt wizards and witches were being killed, with no evidence that anyone had been there. One thing in common each victim had was a symbol burnt into their chest, and horrifying nightmares of 4 gaunt, pale, skeletons riding horses to their bedsides and torturing them before devouring their souls. Igor had never taken the rumors seriously until he himself became target. For a week and a half he'd been plagued by these awful images. Everyone knew from the tale that you had 4 weeks until the horsemen came for you. Igor was running out of time, and he didn't know what to do. Severus stood in front of a very plain-looking house, on a very plain-looking street. Each row, door, window, and garden looked identical, and he hated it. He shuddered in disgust. Muggles were all the same, so close-minded like sheep. It was the reason he had been so drawn to the dark in his youth. He stepped up towards number 4, Privet Drive, disgusted at its plain normalcy. No one could tell a famous wizarding child had lived here. There was nothing to suggest anything out of the normal was here. Yes, this had Petunia written all over it. Nothing abnormal in sight. He sighed, before knocking on the door. This would be unpleasant, but he had to do it. Harry, the little brat, was owed at least that much. The heard muffled shouts from inside, before the largest child he had ever seen answered the door. "Why ya you want?" the baby whale asked, stuffing a fist full of barbecue crisps into his large mouth. Severus opened his mouth to berate the child's rudeness, when a face he never thought he'd see again walked up behind the child. He could see nothing of Lily in her features, not anymore. Watery blue eyes replaced dazzling green, lank brown hair was pinned where luscious red locks had flowed, and a pinched sour expression warped the gentle face that had once matched her twins. "Hello, Toonie." Petunia's eyes widened before shock, before narrowing and glaring at her old childhood friend. Snape sneered as the young boy shrieked and waddled back into the house, where Severus vaguely heard him shout for his dad. Petunia hissed, "What are you doing here? Get away before someone sees you." Severus rolled his eyes and stepped forwards. "I'm not here to reminisce, Petunia. I'm here about Potter. You did something, I know you did." A loud thump drew his attention to a large figure behind Petunia, and for the first time he met Vernon Dursley. The man, if it could be called that, filled the door frame, and his purple face had turned blotchy in his anger. "The freak isn't here anymore. He finally did us normal folk a favor and offed himself, so we don't have to put up with his kind anymore. You just leave us decent people alone." Severus drew himself up, resisting the urge to curse the filthy muggle for talking like that. This man, this treatment, this was why he had joined the dark. If it wasn't for Lily's death, he'd still be dark and would have killed this muggle right where he stood. But he couldn't. He had to know the extent of their hatred towards Potter. He surged forwards, using a sticking charm to pin all three to the walls, and then looked into Petunia's eyes, which were wide with fear. Legelmans, Chapter 5, The Goblet of Fire. Severus sat in his favorite leather wing-back chair, trying very hard not to just down his glass of fire whiskey. He could not unsee what he had just seen. Every fiber of his being was itching to return and kill those muggles for what they did. He felt sick just thinking of it, and despite resistance, drained his glass before refilling it. Those muggles had hurt, abused and tormented that innocent child more than even Severus had experienced. How had he possibly thought the boy was anything like James? How could he have missed all the obvious signs? He knew how. He'd been blinded by his hatred and ego. He'd failed his oath, and Severus didn't understand how he hadn't lost his magic the second Dumbledore had placed Harry on that doorstep, let alone when the boy had killed himself. Severus went to top up his drink, but upon seeing the now empty decanter, sat down again feeling bitter and morose. He had to fix this, but how? Harry Potter was dead. Dumbledore, however, yes, that he could fix. Dumbledore, who'd been sitting in his office preparing for the drawing from the Goblet of Fire, felt a chill go down his spine, as if the very fates had doomed him. He frowned, blue eyes darkening behind his half-moon glasses, before returning to the enchantments of the ancient artifact. This couldn't go wrong. It was dark, and as night fell, heavy gray clouds followed four cloaked figures walking up to the gates of Hogwarts. The horsemen had spent days watching the proceedings of the school, and it was time to intercept and start their plan. Mars lifted his hand in a clenched fist, signaling to the others that they could go no further without risk of being seen. It was the beauty of their work. It was always untraceable. They all turned to Azrael. He knew the school best and would know where to hide. He walked over to the Whomping Willow, ducking under a branch and stroking the knot at its base. He'd learnt that trick from Fred and George in second year after the car crash. Of course, that was before. He shook his head and gestured for the others to join him once the tree had finally stopped moving. "You all know the plan by now. Hela, you will enter the castle as Mariah Zabini, here to witness the choosing of names and visit your son during the competition. Whilst the head Auror is distracted by her unscheduled visit, Kratos will slip in with the Aurors. Remember to stay in a group, notice me not charms work better that way. And never remove the uniform. Callahan, you and I will fly up to the Ravenclaw Tower and enter that way. Understood?" They all nodded and went their separate ways, thinking the same thing. It was time to get the job done. "I don't believe it," Ron said, in a stunned voice, as the Hogwarts students stepped behind the party from Durmstrang. "Crumb, Hermione. Victor Krum. For heaven's sake, Ron, he's only a Quidditch player, said Hermione. Only a Quidditch player? Ron said, looking at her as though he couldn't believe his ears. Hermione, he's one of the best seekers in the world. I had no idea he was still at school. As they recrossed the entrance hall with the rest of the Hogwarts students, heading for the Great Hall, Hermione saw Lee Jordan jumping up and down on his feet to get a better look at the back of Krum's head. Several sixth-year girls were frantically searching their pockets as they walked. Oh, I don't believe it. I haven't got a single quill on me. Do you think he'd sign my hat and lipstick? Really, said Hermione loftily, as they passed the girls, now squabbling over lipstick. I'm getting his autograph if I can, said Ron. They walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat down, an empty space around them like always. No one would sit with them, association with their traitor status. Ron took care to sit on the side facing the doorway, because Krum and his fellow Durmstrang students were still gathered around it, apparently unsure of where they should sit, before rushing over to the Slytherin table. Up at the staff table, Filch was adding chairs. He was even wearing his moldy old tailcoat in honor of the occasion. Hermione was surprised to see that he had added 4 chairs, 2 on either side of Dumbledore's. But there are only 2 extra people, Hermione said. Why's Filch putting out for chairs? Who else is coming? Dumbledore stood, spreading out his arms as he grinned at his students and guests. Now everyone was settled. It was time to bring in the final spectators and start the drawing of the names. The moment has come. He struggled not to smile as the hall instantly fell silent. That power and respect. Nothing could beat it. The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket. As the words left his lips, the doors opened and his 2 guests entered, and Dumbledore suppressed his frown at the interruption. Ah yes, let me introduce, for those that do not know them, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. There was a smattering of applause before all fell silent again at the sight following the man and Lady Zabini, investor and spectator of the games. Mariah walked into the hall, forcing herself not to smile at the gasps and enchanted stares she received from all in the hall. She felt resplendent in her form-fitting, long emerald green dress, complementing her olive skin beautifully. Her dark chocolate-brown hair was pinned up in an elegant nest of diamonds, curled strands falling to frame her face. She smiled at the sight of her son, so shocked, mentally berating herself as she did so. This couldn't be personal, for Azriel's sake as well as the job's. She wasn't Mariah now, she was Hell Lady Famine. She walked up to the teacher's table, noticing the headmaster's clenched jaw and stormy blue eyes. She restrained herself from simply killing the man where she stood, furious at what the wizard had put Azriel through. Of course, with her training and strong occlumency shields, none of this showed as she filtered her head to the man before taking her seat. She casually rested her hand on the table, her ring filled with simple cyanide, ready to poison the other guests if need be. Surveying the room, she took note of all the exits before finally looking to her left. There, next to Madame Maxine, sat Karkarov. The man turned to her, and she quickly looked away, unable to risk her presence being connected to the absolute dread Karkarov was surely feeling. A natural reaction of her victims in the presence of a horseman. Looking back to the door, she assessed the oars, tilting her head ever so slightly when spotting Damien. They were in position, now was just a waiting game. Dumbledore smiled as the students returned their attention to him. The casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch. Filch, who'd been lurking unnoticed in the far corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore, carrying a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels. It looked extremely old. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch, said Dumbledore, as Filch placed the chest carefully on the table before him. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways. Their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and of course their ability to cope with danger. At this last word, the hall was filled with a silence so absolute that nobody seemed to be breathing. As you know, 3 champions compete in the tournament, Dumbledore went on to explain calmly, 1 from each of the participating schools. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after the tasks will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore now took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The lid creaked slowly open. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing, blue-white flames. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those who wish to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Albus, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross the line. Once everyone understood the dangers of the tournament, the students rushed off to bed, excited for what tomorrow would bring. Mariah slowly followed the Slytherin students to their common room, walking in to see her son sitting across from his friends. She walked up behind him, catching only the last of their conversation. It has to be something to do with the dark Dray. Your father brought forward the whole thing. Shut up, Theo, my father knows what he is doing, and if you aren't careful he will hear about this. She smiled, walking up behind her son, slightly appealed that these were the future Slytherins. No decorum or subtlety. Careful, boys, someone else may hear about this, opposing ears. The small group jumped, and Blaise grinned from ear to ear. Mom, I didn't think I'd see you until the summer. What are you doing here? She laughed and dragged her son into a warm embrace, showing more emotion than she normally would. She hardly ever saw her boy, between his schooling and her missions. Ah, my darling. Mi sei mancato moltissimo. I was intrigued by the tournament. There hasn't been one since I was a little girl, and I would never miss the opportunity to see my favorite man. Not for the first time. Blaise wondered exactly how old his mother was. Of course, she was his mother, and he knew her better than anyone, but even he understood what an enigma his mother was. They were pure-blood magicals, yet she taught him to fight with knives and fists. She taught him to respect death and its power, and to respect magic above all else. He knew she loved him, but was always so busy, yet would never tell him with what. Yes, she truly was glad to be here with him, but there was another reason she was here. What was going on? Damien followed the patrol of Aurors through the halls of Hogwarts. Already he began to worry. Surely he wasn't the only one to notice something else was going on here? Mad-Eye Moody was constantly drinking Polyjuice potion from that flask of his, and the goblet was quite obviously spelled to pick certain names. He knew Dumbledore had done so, but he wasn't the only one. Speaking of, Karkarov would be difficult. The man clearly understood his fate, if the anxious expression and sweaty forehead said anything. The man had practically fled the hall, leaving his students behind. He was a slippery one, if his past as a Death Eater was anything to go by. Damien so desperately wanted to go back and investigate Moody at least. Show as he really? He restrained himself though. He had his orders. It was up to Azriel where they went from here. Chapter 6. Welcome home, Harry. Azriel and Kratos, Death and War, sat opposite each other on the rafters of the astronomy tower. Through the shadows, they watched as their 2 immortal companions successfully infiltrated the school, settling in for what was sure to be a long week. 1 week of surveillance, scare tactics, and necessary death. Kratos leaned back to look at their youngest yet most influential member. He remembered how proud they all were of the little tyke, so eager to please his lord, and so frightfully determined to fight. Callahan, Mariah, and Damien had just returned to the Middle Realm after a long and dangerous mission. Every mission recently had felt chaotic, like they were missing a key member of the team, though it had always been the 3 of them. This is what tipped Callahan off that their final family member was coming to them. After all, they were the 4 horsemen. Just as soon as they'd entered the deeper slumber, they were snatched from it by a painful, yet welcomed icy grip. Death was calling them. The 3 stood and found themselves in a strange, damp-looking chamber beside the corpse of a slain basilisk. Truly, Their new companion must be a mighty warrior to bring down such a magnificent beast, even if it had killed them. At least that's what Damien thought, as Callahan knew the requirements of becoming the final horseman. Lord Death, and Mariah had already seen the body. Both were drawn to her figure as she ran to the small child surrounded by a pool of his own blood, clutching a book bound in broken leather. By the gods, he's just a child. What's happening? Damien asked. Callahan just looked to him before replying. We are here to greet our Lord Death. Calmly walking forward, he knelt next to the small body, which looked younger than its age of 12. Mariah, you're the best at scans. Without a word, she confirmed what they all suspected. The boy, abused and hurt, had taken his own life and had confirmed his fate by doing so. A swift bone-aching chill was the only thing that alerted them before their master joined them in mourning. The boy has been hurt. My children, take care of him, teach him. I shall remain by his side. But you must make him understand his place is with the living. With that, the dark hooded figure disappeared, most likely to retrieve the poor boy's soul. The second Harry's soul had appeared. It had fallen straight into the arms of Mariah, who had smiled sweetly and held the boy as he shook. Returning from death was never an easy thing. They'd escorted him back to their home, as Damien blocked the boy's view of his own bloody, emaciated body. Later that day, Harry awoke and their master named him Azrael, Lord Death, his closest reaper. The boy had grown stronger in his training, but his magical potential had always been great. Their lord had been correct though. Unlike the rest of them, Azrael had no positive memories in his life. He'd thrown himself into his training, and then refused to return to the living world on their first mission together. Even Callahan had been amused as the boy clung to the door, shouting at Damien to back the fuck off or else. What are you laughing at, Callahan? Harry asked, smiling slightly. It was rare to see the usually solemn man display emotions. Our first mission together. Instantly Harry went red and Callahan laughed loudly. Shut up, Mars. He muttered, swinging down from the rafters and staring out at the view of Hogwarts grounds in the moonlight. Its light shines and reflected off the silvery trees of the forbidden forest. Every now and again, he would see movement in the brush and wondered if it was Aragog and his children, or perhaps a unicorn like in first year. Harry shook his head to try and leave the memories, looking over instead to the Quidditch pitch. This didn't work any better. All he saw was a bludger chasing after him, and a small gold ball flying towards him before he choked. He hadn't been flying in 2 years, since he died in the chamber below them. Callahan looked down at the young reaper, saddened by the pain the boy was reliving. He walked along the rafters ready to jump off and watch the corridor when he sensed movement by the door. Azrael, he whispered, but too late the door swung open and he jumped into the shadows. Sure, Harry would simply obliviate them and hide. Fred and George walked into the astronomy tower, the place being private enough to safely plan their prank on Ron and Hermione. We need to make sure they know it's us without getting caught, they said as they walked to the window looking up. They jumped back as a tall dark-haired figure walked out from the shadows, the moonlight illuminating a face they never thought they'd see again. Harry? Harry froze as he saw the faces of 2 redheads. It wasn't Ron and it wasn't Percy, breathed Harry. You're Azrael, Lord Death. Get it together. Relax, little one, you may speak to them. Harry almost jumped at the sudden comment. Oh, now you talk to me. It's been 3 weeks. You've been ignoring me, Mortimer. Yes, Harry was on a first-name basis with Death. That was his job, unlike the other Reapers. A companion. I needed you to do this yourself to understand your own strength and how much they truly hurt you. There is a war coming, and the result may tip the scales of balance. I will allow you to decide which will be better for the living. Before Harry could say anything else, the chill left and he was left alone with the twins. Putting away that information for later, he stepped forwards, smirking at their shocked faces. Fred, George. He greeted them, nodding his head to the respective twin. He could see on their faces they instantly knew it was him. Harry was one of the few people that could tell them apart. Their own mother couldn't. Harry, is it really you? Are you really here? Or are you a scary ghost? Why would you haunt us innocents? Harry laughed, loudly, for the first time in the last month and grinned. Merlin, you guys haven't changed at all. The twins looked at each other, shocked before bounding forwards and throwing their lanky arms around his shoulders. It is you, they shouted simultaneously, and you're not a ghost. Blimey mate, you got tall, said George confused. You're right Forge, he looks about our age. What happened? Added Fred. Harry turned to them both and gave a small sheepish smile. How long have you got, Harry? They can't do anything now. We'll do anything we can to help out with Karkarov, and we've already been pranking Hermione and Ron for how they treated you after Ginny. We'll just extend that to Dumbledore. At that the twins rubbed their palms together in evil's glee. Finally, Harry gave them a half-hearted grin. Thanks guys, I appreciate it. But stay away from Karkarov. My master wouldn't have us kill him if he was harmless. At that the twins exchanged quick glances. Careful there mate, you sound like one of the Death Eaters with all the master talk. Harry snorted at the thought of being a Death Eater, lowering himself to serve another man, even if he is immortal. Death Eaters. An insulting name to weak ants. Normally I'd tell to forget them, but with Voldemort returning you might want to keep an eye out. Just in case. The twins nodded, before looking out of the window. The sun was beginning to rise, and Harry frowned. You guys had better head off. None of us can get caught, and no one will know I'm here if I can help it. I'll see you soon though, I promise. All three of them stood, and with another embrace, Fred and George walked towards the door. Just before leaving, Fred turned back towards him. Harry, if you were going to avoid everyone, why did you talk to us? Harry smirked, leaning back against the wall, yet again hidden by the shadows. Encouragement from an old friend. With that, he flew up to the rafters and was gone. Shrugging, the twins turned and left. Callahan sat in the rafters watching the two mortals go. You let them leave with their memories. They have no occlumency training. Anyone could know. Instantly Azriel turned towards him glaring. Do you really think me so incapable, Mars? They have layered protection spells, no one can take that information from them. And they won't tell. I can trust them. Instantly Callahan turned to face their young leader. How do you know that? The others let you down, why not them? He instantly regretted his words as they left. Now he was really pissing Azriel off. Questioning my authority is bad enough, Lord War. But do not question our master's own decision. Callahan lowered his head and went down to the knee in a bow. My apologies, Lord Death. I meant no disrespect to you or our master. I only worry for you. Looking up, he saw Harry's face, still solemn but less angry. I know Callahan, but I can handle it. Unfortunately though, it would appear Damien is right. This isn't just another mission. He's leaving, the decision of the war to us. We choose a side. We rest tonight, but tomorrow I'm calling a meeting. We've a new objective. Callahan nodded, before resuming his place watching the corridors of Hogwarts. Well, things were certainly getting interesting. Chapter 7, Do or Die, at least fucking try. Damien Kratos Conquest, Callahan Mars, War, Mariah Hella Famine, Harry Azriel Death. The next morning, Mariah resurrected, momentarily confused by her surroundings. Quickly she adjusted, remembering the mission. Find Karkarov's weakness, and his plan before crushing him. She dressed, wearing a beautiful, simple purple chiffon gown, and allowing her hair to fall down in soft brown waves. She walked out of her rooms, intent on intercepting her son and his friends on his way to breakfast. Just as she stepped out, a group of 10 Aurors walked past in the direction of the Great Hall, most likely to stand guard over the guests. Looking down to smooth her dress, she noticed a simple sheet of white paper in her hand that had not been there before. She read it, smirking at the poor hand writing of Damien. The man had never learnt to write, illiterate as were most black slaves of revolutionary France. She was always saddened when thinking of his story, but needed only to look at his smug face to remember what a prick he was. She taught him to write herself, but his handwriting hadn't improved in the last 200 years. Meeting after breakfast. Azriel has an update of the mission objective. It was blunt and to the point, more like Mars than Kratos. Clearly Callahan had passed the message along from Harry. Sweet Harry. She sighed looking around the castle, thinking of the pain that child had been put through here. She couldn't imagine how much he must be struggling. Harry screeched with laughter from within the silencing bubble Mars had erected in the nick of time. Down below, Dumbledore was trying to spell away the sticky black tar and feathers that had been levitated over his head just a minute earlier. He lay down on the rafters, holding his sides as tears rolled down his eyes, worried he would fall from laughing so hard. The twins were really going for it. Beside him, Callahan rolled his eyes, only allowing a small smile to form when Harry poked his side. Smiling, Asriel watched as Mariah, his dear Hella, walked in, looking resplendent as always. Looking round, he saw Kratos leant against the wall by the entrance. A subtle nod confirmed that Damien had passed the message on to Mariah. He let out a long, tired breath. He hadn't laughed so much for a very long time. The twins high-fived under the table. Well, low fives, as Dumbledore took a seat, giving up on removing the tar and feather spell. Everyone looked towards them, but upon seeing only identical innocent expressions, looked away, as if the Weasley would do anything against Dumbledore. They bent their heads together, already discussing their next prank/revenge attack. Hermione and Ron. As they spoke, the dynamic duo walked in, taking their seat at the end of the table as usual. Hermione grabbed her books as Ron grabbed his food, and they waited for the results. Suddenly Hermione screeched, jumping up with a look of abject horror. "Miss Granger, what on earth is going?" said McGonagall, quickly followed by Snape. "What trouble are you causing now?" he said in his usual nasally voice. Ron sat there confused, still piling up his plate. "My books. Someone's cursed my books." Everyone on the Gryffindor table turned away, unsurprised at the events. The last 2 years had been full of pranks, and the pair had been hexed a countless number of times. "Miss Granger, what are you screeching about like a banshee?" The bushy-haired girl was shaking her head furiously, face pinched in anger. "Look." She turned around her book, which looked completely normal to everyone else. The twins snickered quietly. Right now the know-it-all was seeing all the words of her book dripping off the page, landing in a puddle of ink at her feet. Of course the curse was on her eyes, not the books. It would last the next few days. McGonagall opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted when Ron suddenly spat out a mouthful of food in disgust. "Ugh, that's disgusting." Snape sneered at the red head, and the twins grinned in delight at how well this was going. "Mr. Weasley, the house elves have worked very hard on that food, and no one else is complaining. You Gryffindors, nothing is ever good enough for you." Snape snapped. Across the hall Malfoy stood up shouting, "I bet it's better than the slop you get at home, Weasley." The twins glared at that, but kept quiet, not willing to start anything right now. "It all tastes like dirt." Suddenly McGonagall nodded. "I see what's going on here. Whoever has cursed these two, come forward now." Of course the entire hall fell silent at those words, unwilling to snitch up whoever the culprit may be. "Very well. 50 points from Gryffindor." At this the entire table groaned, a few students from other houses cheering or laughing as the teachers resumed their seats. Up above, Harry leaned against Callahan, wheezing and grinning. "Brilliant." 20 minutes later, he sat in front of Mars, Kratos and Hel, leaning against a desk in an empty classroom. Hella grinned up at him. Those twins certainly know how to pull off a prank. It was quite dark though. Their spell on their younger brother was just a step away from the poison I used to kill Andreas. Everyone fell silent at that, always solemn, at the reminder of their past as mortal wizards. Asriel nodded. "Yes, about the twins actually." Once he had their attention he explained that the twins were now aware of the mission, and the reality of the 4 horsemen. "Asriel, how could you? You know the risks of involving outsiders. Even Blaise doesn't know what I do," said Hella. Harry nodded. He understood where she was coming from. A year ago he'd found her crying after yet another standard mission. "Mariah?" She sniffed and looked up, tears still streaming down her face. "Oh Harry, how did I end up like this?" He frowned and sat next to her. They were on the veranda behind their home, Peverell Castle, looking out across the gardens and forest that surrounded their fortress of solitude. "What do you mean?" She shook her head, shoulders shaking from suppressed tears. How many times have I married a man, only to kill him? I willingly and happily serve my lord. I understand the purpose to all this, but... Harry wrapped his arm around her, gently tugging her against his side as she sobbed. But she went quiet, looking up at the dark night sky, bright stars uncovered by clouds. My son, I hate doing this to him. Every time I steal the hope of a father for the boy, or I'm forcing him to deal with these wretched people before I kill them. He isn't stupid, he knows what I do to them. But he'll never understand why. It hurts to do this to my baby boy. Harry frowned again, holding her tighter against him. She always had his back as Mariah and as Hela. I can't say I understand. I don't have a child, obviously. She scoffed at that, and he grinned cheekily, getting a smile, albeit a small one. I don't have anyone left behind that cares for me or even knows of me. But if I had to keep a secret from you, even if it risked you thinking the worst of me, it would hurt. You know what though? Mariah sighed, no longer crying, but still clearly morose. She looked up at him, eyebrow raised. If you kept a secret from me, I'd understand. Not everything is meant to be told, and some things are just too painful to explain. And even if I did come to think the worst of you, I'd still love you, because I care about you, and I know Blaise loves you a lot. It had been a big moment for them, both too hurt and too strong to be so open. Mariah was the sister he never had, and Harry was the family she'd been deprived of. Relax, Mariah. The informal name instantly had her doing so, shoulders slumping ever so slightly. Our Lord finally contacted me. In fact, he told me to talk to them. Callahan, already aware of the situation, remained silent, whilst Mariah and Damien bombarded him with question after question. Enough! His magic whipped around him like a dark cloak, and they fell silent, understanding that this was Azrael, their Lord Death, speaker of their master. Kratos, you were right. This isn't a normal mission. We haven't had a normal mission since I joined the Horsemen. It's all been leading up to this. The war between dark and light has been left for too long. The ethereal agreement to not interfere with the toils of the mortals has to be scrapped. Our Lord has left it to us to decide. We have to pick a side, to protect the balance of magic in the earth. There is more to this mission than just Karkarov. We have 3 weeks to kill the man. During that time we watch and we listen. You have new orders. The others straightened, sitting upright, Callahan standing to attention. Callahan will be returning to the castle, to research the war between dark and light, and decide one strategy and policies. Mariah, you are to get close to the darker side of things, the Slytherins and your contacts. Watch Karkarov and find out what you can about the Dark's plans on returning. Damien, you are to infiltrate the light. Watch Dumbledore and the Ministry, new policies and laws. How will they affect the balance? We already know their stance on creatures. Hela and Mars nodded, understanding their duties. Kratos, however, sat still, looking at Azrael. Damien, what is it? He stood and turned towards all 3 of them. I think I already know the Dark's plan, or at least part of it. Harry raised his eyebrow, confused. He gestured for him to go on. Alistair Moody is a well-known, eccentric ex-or, known for his suspicions and hypervigilance. He isn't known for being an alcoholic, and a man that worried about attacks would want to stay sharp. All 3 of the horsemen leaned forwards, unsure as to where this was going. Why would a sober man constantly drink from his flask? Harry sat back, finally understanding what Damien meant. From the looks on Callahan's and Mariah's faces, they got it too. I managed to get near him during a routine patrol. The man reeks of polyjuice potion. I think a Death Eater is impersonating him. All 4 of them were shocked. The Dark really hadn't wasted any time. What was worrying was that they hadn't noticed this themselves. They were assassins, they were trained for this. I've been so focused on Karkarov and the mission that I missed something obvious. I've pushed you all away from the truth as well. He slumped against a wall, morose at the fact he had let down his team, his family, and most importantly his master. The room grew cold, and Harry looked up at the dark figure standing in front of him. Callahan, Mariah and Damien all kneeled, aware that their lord was close, but unable to see him. That was a responsibility only Lord Death Azrael had.
I'm sorry, Mortimer.
I messed up. Harry looked down, feeling much like a child in front of a disappointed parent. At least how he imagined it to be. It was strange how frank and at ease he could be around Death himself. But Harry had always been surrounded by Death. You did no such thing. You've been much stronger than I expected, child. You've done well, have faith in magic. You need only repay her in kind. You know what to do now. As soon as he appeared, he faded away, and the four rose to their feet. What did he say? Asked Callahan. Harry ran his hand through his hair, feeling reassured once again. He just confirmed what we already know. Callahan, your orders are the same. Mariah, I need you to watch Snape, Karkarov, and Mad Eye carefully. Report even the tiniest detail to either me or Kratos. Damien, you are to watch Dumbledore and the Ministry still, but watch Moody when you can. We need to know who he is. An unknown player causes unknown problems. Everyone understood? They all nodded, each returning to their positions. Mariah to the dungeons, Damien to the Aurors, and Callahan to the castle. War was coming, and they had to make a decision soon. Everything hung in the balance. Chapter 8. Secrets Unveiled. Harry, Azrael, Lord Death, Mariah, Hell, Lady Famine, Damien, Kratos, Lord Conquest, Callahan, Mars, Lord War. Barty limped towards his office as fast as he could. He'd ran out of polyjuice and had to get out of sight before people realized he was moody. As he was forced to stop, removing his fake eye and peg leg, as both regrew. He collapsed into the office just as an Auror walked round the corner. Heaving a sigh of relief, he was glad Mad Eye was so suspicious and strange. No one questioned his strange ways. He walked over to the chest where the real Alastair Moody was being kept. It shook slightly, an enraged sound echoing from within, and Barty grinned. The old dog still had some fight left in him. He frowned instantly when he remembered why the man was in there. His lord expected results and careful planning, but everything was going wrong. His pathetic father had gone mad from the extended Cruciatus and Imperius curses, despite the fact that Barty himself had survived for 11 years, locked in his bastard father's house. The man was wandering around whispering barmy things to tree trunks. He was lucky those two Gryffindor kids hadn't found the body when he'd finally killed the man. He had no further use for a madman. Unfortunately, his troubles didn't stop there. Snape was noticing that his potion ingredients were going missing. Luckily for him, the man seemed focused on other things and had blamed the Weasley twins instead. It mattered not. The plan was still in place and his lord would return to full glory. This was good. The Dark Lord had been disappointed enough to discover he could not use his enemy's blood for the resurrection. Wormtail had explained everything, and both he and his lord had been shocked to hear the Potter boy had killed himself. Barty had naively assumed this was a good thing, yet their lord seemed conflicted on the matter. When he was not planning with Barty or talking to the snake Nagini, he read over and pondered upon anything Wormtail could find about the events. But why? What was so special about the boy's death? Why did it seem to, dare he say, worry him? Severus paced in his office, overwhelmed with the current events. He still wasn't sure what to do with the information about Harry. He could hardly bring himself to call the boy Potter anymore. Karkarov was constantly hounding him like a madman. At first he thought the man feared the Dark Lord's return, the darkening of their mark, but as he listened to the man ramble, he was startled to find the man feared something much darker. The four horsemen. Most did not believe in the four, simply a myth told to children at night. Do not anger magic, or death shall send his reapers. Severus was not a superstitious man. He did not believe that gods and demigods existed. However, he did believe that the top assassins in this world, the four horsemen, existed. He knew several corrupt politicians and even some Death Eaters, who had fallen at the hands of the four. First, they would be plagued by terrible dreams. Then those dreams would become a reality, painful torture on the last 2 days of their life, before finally, it ended. Their bodies would be found, emaciated as if from starvation, speared as though in battle, tortured and face twisted in conflict. A mark burned into their forehead, the heels of their feet and above their heart. As legend goes, the 4 soul spots, The Karkarov was truly a target. No one could save him now. According to Igor, he had only a day left before it started. Severus could only hope no one got in their way. None of this concerned him, greater matters were at hand. He looked down at the documents and bottled memories he had collected over the last week. Proof that Harry Potter had been abused, and that Dumbledore knew of it. Severus could not save the dead, but he could avenge them and bring down the living. It mattered not that this helped the Dark Lord. Severus had no oath or purpose to keep him from answering his lord once again. Igor shivered and kicked out in his sleep, sheets ripped to shreds beneath his wringing hands. He was running through darkened corridors, all flame and light flickering out as his pursuers drew closer. He could hear the clipping of hooves and the rattle of bones chase him. Suddenly all went silent and he slowed to a stop, looking around wildly. Sweat soaked his sheets, his labored breathing echoing in his chambers. In his head, he released a long sigh of relief upon seeing an empty corridor and turned. He fell back in fright, shouting out at the terrible sight before him. For cloaked figures stood, weapons in hand. Each wore masks of bone white, reminiscent of the Death Eaters, but much more terrifying and real. Each covered their full face and were twisted into expressions of tortured rage. The one in front of him looked the most angry, with sharpened teeth ready to rip out his throat. The one to its right looked emaciated, eyes dark and sunken, cheekbones stark and sharp. The one on the left was littered with cuts and scrapes as if all it did was fight. It was the one at the back that he feared the most though. It held no expression, no anger, no pity, no judgment. It simply stared, hollow eyes piercing his soul. It leaned forward and each figure removed their masks, revealing eyes of burning fury and rotten flesh. The last one, the one he feared most, opened its jaw and reached towards him, threatening to devour him whole. Karkarov woke with a start, throat hoarse from screaming. He panted, desperate for breath. That was his last warning. He knew the next night would be no dream. 2 days of torture waited for him before they came to claim his soul. But why him? What had he done to invoke death's anger? The legend said, those who died at the hands of death, summoned by magic's rage. Those who affected the balance. Igor did no such thing. Why was he their target? What could he do? No one had ever survived the 4. Running did nothing. Death was coming for him. The twins sat in the room of requirement, something that War Guy had found before he left. Harry had left them a message filling them in on the situation, and warning them more importantly to stay away from Moody and Karkarov. Karkarov was their target, and apparently some people went a little loopy in their final days. Mad Eye was the reason they were here, waiting for their demigod assassin friend. They hadn't understood why they should stay away from the grisly ex-Auror, so they used the map they had found a couple of years ago. At first they were confused. Mad Eye was constantly in his office with Bartemius Crouch. It was only when Crouch's body was found in the woods by some Auror that they understood. My favorite twins, what can I do for you? They stood in unison, throwing their arms around their friend. Harry, lovely to see you as always. The 3 sat down on armchairs the room had provided for them. This room was brilliant, and the twins could only imagine what kind of mischief they could get up to using this. It's good to see you guys too, but we're on high alert here. We move in on Karkarov tonight, and we have Death Eaters to watch. You said this was important? The twins nodded, faces serious for once. It is. You see, we have this map that we pinched from Filch's office, and it's amazing. Harry raised his eyebrows as they brought out the Marauders map. He'd learnt plenty of things from Death, including his parents and their friends. Padfoot, Mooney, Wormtail, and Prongs. The twins looked up in surprise. Yeah, but how did you know? Harry knelt down in front of the map, opening it. Even his master was impressed with the craftsmanship of this map, its capabilities. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The castle unfurled before him, and he gazed in wonder at the map. If he could decode the enchantments that went into this, their surveillance would be so much easier. Harry, how did you know how to do that? He looked up and grinned. Messrs. Prongs, Padfoot, and Mooney, my dad and godfathers. Fred and George looked at each other. "We're sorry, Harry, we didn't know." He stopped them, hand raised. "Relax, it's fine. It's good to see it, actually. Was this what you wanted to show me?" George leaned back as Fred explained. "The two of them weren't needed for this." "Not quite, we wanted to show you this." Pointing at Moody's office, his finger hovered above to dots with the names Barty Crouch and Alastair Moody. Harry frowned. "But Crouch is dead. Damien found his body in the woods yesterday." The twins looked at each other, confused. "Oh right, Damien is Kratos, Reaper of Conquest. He's been disguised as an Auror since we got here." The twins nodded and leaned forward, eager to share what they had discovered. "Yes, well, we thought the same thing. Dead people don't show up on here, you can't see any of the ghosts, so we did some digging and found something. Barty Crouch has a child, Barty Crouch Jr., who mysteriously died the same day his father visited him in Azkaban." Harry raised his eyebrows, impressed with the twins. "And why was Barty Jr. in Azkaban?" The twins exchanged excited glances and grinned at Harry. "Because Barty Jr. is a convicted Death Eater, ratted on by none other than one Igor Karkarov." Harry sat back against the desk, yet again in another abandoned classroom. One had to wonder why so many classrooms in this school were never used. He smirked at the shocked silence that permeated the room. He'd reacted the same when the twins had told him. "So let me get this straight," said Damien. "Barty Crouch is alive, and using this tournament to cover up the resurrection of Tom Riddle, Voldemort, and likely get revenge on our target Igor Karkarov?" Harry nodded. "That was pretty much it." Damien shrugged. "Right, just wanted to check." Shaking her head at him, Mariah leaned forward. "Perhaps this is why our master chose Igor, to bring this to light and decide what to do. But what do we do?" Harry sighed, running a hand through his hair as he often did when he was thinking. "As I see it, we have two options. One, we track Crouch, find Voldemort and destroy him in his weakened form, giving us ample time to find and purge his Horcruxes. Two, we allow the resurrection to take place, making sure we are there to aid it. If we had the main soul merge with a couple of Horcruxes, the man should be more sane. Easier to work with." The two nodded. That made sense. "Has Callahan managed to see which side to join yet?" At this both Damien and Harry frowned. Kratos stood and stepped up next to Harry. "Mars will be returning tonight to aid in Karkarov's punishment, but he sent word ahead. Both the light and the dark have pros and cons. We'll go over them, but he's split pretty 50-50 on who to choose." Harry nodded. Their position at this point in time remained neutral. Hel stood and looked Azriel in the eye. "Well, in that case we have a third option." The boys raised an eyebrow in her direction, and she smirked at how slow they could be sometimes. "We let them decide. Perhaps the four horsemen should become a legend no longer? I personally believe Karkarov deserves a more public execution, as in the old days." Harry and Damien exchanged glances. Sometimes they forgot just how cruel and deadly Mariah could be. Smirking, Harry turned back to her. "What did you have in mind, my dear?" Chapter 9. Life is hard. For warning, this chapter is incredibly dark, starting out with a torture scene and ending with a description of a depressive episode and allusions to a PTSD flashback. Not the same as the flashback you get in books and movies, although there is one of those too. This was written at about 1 in the morning and is more my way of venting than anything. For anyone with a morbid interest, do read on. But for those who have to struggle with this every day, I suggest you skip this. It was a struggle for me to write this, and will likely be a struggle for you to read this. It's very much a more poetic take on how I view my own mental struggles. For anyone struggling at the moment, know that you are not alone, and that your pain is valid. I and many others truly do understand. All my love to you guys. Take care and stay healthy. Harry, Azriel, Lord Death, Mariah, Hel, Lady Famine, Damien, Kratos, Lord Conquest, Callahan, Mars, Lord War. Igor shivered and kicked out, clothes ripped to shreds beneath his wringing hands. He was running through darkened corridors, all flame and light flickering out as his pursuers drew closer. He could hear the clipping of hooves and the rattle of bones chase him. Suddenly all went silent and he slowed to a stop, looking around wildly. Sweat socked his brow, his labored breathing echoing through the halls. He released a long, shaky sigh of relief upon seeing an empty corridor and turned. He fell back in fright, shouting out at the terrible sight before him. For cloaked figures stood, weapons in hand. Each wore masks of bone white, reminiscent of the Death Eaters, but much more terrifying and real. Each covered their full face and were twisted into expressions of tortured rage. The one in front of him looked the most angry, with sharpened teeth ready to rip out his throat. The one to its right looked emaciated, eyes dark and sunken, cheekbones stark and sharp. The one on the left was littered with cuts and scrapes as if all it did was fight. It was the one at the back that he feared the most though. It held no expression, no anger, no pity, no judgment. It simply stared, hollow eyes piercing his soul. It leaned forward and each figure removed their masks, revealing eyes of burning fury and rotten flesh. The last one, the one he feared most, opened its jaw and reached towards him, threatening to devour him whole. He leaned back shouting, "This isn't real. You aren't real. It's just a dream." He shut his eyes tight, covering his face with his arms, waiting to wake up. There was silence for a moment, and then a deep booming laugh. It was echoed by another, then joined by a younger-sounding chuckle and a feminine giggle. Confused, he opened his eyes and looked up, to see the four figures in front of him laughing. The woman had an almost saccharine smile gracing her features, horribly out of place on the face of a skeleton. The angry one suddenly lunged forward, piercing his arm with a spear of pure fire. The scream he released was blood-curdling, and he choked as tears streamed down his face. "This is very real, little man." The skull grinned and, with rage burning in its eyes, he was sure that was so much more terrifying. The woman reached forward, clawing at his face, and he sobbed as tattered ribbons of skin fluttered against the raw and bloody flesh of his sunken face. The dark bags under his eyes were made even clearer by the whites of his wide-open eyes. As soon as his mouth opened, the monster poured a flask of dark green liquid into his mouth. On instinct he swallowed, and it burned going down his throat, a white burning pain that forced him to scream until he could do so no longer. The younger one, the darkest one, walked forward slowly. The other three parted to let him through, bowing slightly. He could see it, even they feared him. He kneeled before Igor and reached forward a gloved hand. He flinched away and whimpered, but the figure only cupped his cheek, caressing it gently, as if in pity. It was a cruel contrast to the blank, unfeeling expression on the demonic being's face. "I'm afraid no one is around to hear you scream. This will be long and slow and painful, as all monsters deserve." It then leaned forwards until he could feel its warm breath against his cheek. "I know what you did, Igor. The children you killed for the Dark Lord. The chaos. The imbalance." He whimpered again, a hot trail of tears running down his face. This was why. This was his punishment for what he did. Death had truly marked him for end. Suddenly the air grew so much colder, ice creeping along the walls. The creature's demeanor changed, swiftly standing as dark shadows swirled around him. It had been powerful before, but the creature standing before him was godlike. He released a quick, harsh breath, visible in the cool air, and panicked as his body refused to move, even as a growing pain in his gut unfurled from the poison he'd been fed. "Igor Karkarov, you have been found guilty of disturbing the balance and attacking Mother Magic. As punishment, my reapers shall torture you until your death." He fell silent, and Igor watched the cruel, impassive face grin as the other three fell upon him in a harshly tearing of wet flesh and breaking bone, darkness enclosing the image until he saw nothing but red flashes of blood and pain. Once again, Severus found himself sitting in front of the fireplace, contemplating with a glass of whiskey in hand. It was becoming a habit of late, a bad one, but he couldn't help it. For the 100th time that night, he glanced at the newspaper that lay innocently on his side table. He'd collected it earlier that day, reading over it 3 times and refusing to touch it again. Even though he knew what it contained, he still felt sick seeing the words on page. The heading glared at him tauntingly. Harry Potter, abandoned and abused. Tearing his eyes away, he took his glass to the sink of his kitchen and watched the amber contents drain away. Sighing, he turned to his rooms, ready to retire for the night. Though sleep was rare nowadays, with thoughts of the Dark Lord and doubt of doing the right thing swirling around his head, He reached for the door and almost jumped at the sudden, furious banging at his front door. Rushing forward, he swung open the entrance, ready to berate the unwelcome visitor, but was silenced when Karkarov fell to the floor in a bruised and bloody heap. "Help me," he whispered out in a hoarse voice. Shocked, he helped the man up and led him to the flue, heading straight to the infirmary. He ignored a very shocked Madame Pomfrey, dumping the now unconscious Igor onto a bed and rushing to the potion supply. When he returned, Poppy was hovering her wand over her newest patient, looking to find the biggest issue. "Severus, what happened?" she asked harshly. He simply shook his head in response, unwilling to share his suspicions. If this had been the horsemen, he didn't wish to incur their wrath by opening his mouth. Over the next few hours they worked tirelessly to put Karkarov into a somewhat stable condition. It took an hour to stop the cescawriter poison alone. It was a nasty insides liquidizer, literally translated to burning man. The worst part was that despite his near-dead condition, this clearly wasn't a murder attempt. All his wounds had been cauterized immediately, and a very small amount of the balancing agent, glacium aqua, had been administered so the poison didn't kill him. It was harsh, it was cruel, it was efficient. Igor had every right to be terrified. Finally, Severus and Poppy sat in her office drinking tea with something strong in it to take off the edge. "I'd say we can ask him who did this when he wakes, but as injured as he was, I just don't know when that will be. I'll inform Albus and Minerva in the morning, but apart from that, there's little we can do." They talked a little more, mostly about the danger and recklessness of making four woefully unprepared teenagers fight dragons and grindylows. Although Severus had to admit, Longbottom had been clever to use the gillyweed. He sighed as he finally got into bed. Working in this castle was taking years off of his life. Thinking yet again of the article he had helped Rita Skeeter write, he thought that perhaps his life wouldn't be a long one anyway. Soon both the Dark Lord and Dumbledore would be out for his head. Dumbledore woke up the next morning refreshed, with a bounce in his step. The tournament had been going perfectly, young Neville had been selected for the trials, and Voldemort would be resurrected so Albus could finally stop him once and for all. He walked into the hall smiling genially at the children, and was confused when none of them looked up from the morning paper. He frowned slightly as he took his seat at the table, asking Minerva, "What has Skeeter done now?" When he received no reply, his frown deepened and he picked up his own edition. His eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed further and further as he read each line. How could this have happened? How did she know? No one knew about the Dursleys. This could spell disaster. What was worse was that Dumbledore himself had been specifically mentioned. They were blaming him for negligence. He looked up to see a furious Minerva and a strangely unsurprised Snape. There was no way Severus could have known. Surely not? He stood to leave when Madame Pomfrey walked towards them. "Headmaster, there's a problem. Karkarov has been attacked." He sat down quickly as a wave of dizziness hit him. Could this day get any worse? Mariah didn't bother going to the Great Hall that morning, and was unsurprised to find Damien waiting outside her door. Luckily the halls were abandoned, and they rushed quickly to the empty classroom that Harry went to every morning. Damien went to open the door when it was suddenly flung from its hinges across the room, and a furious, distraught Harry rushed by, running through the twists and turns of the school's gray-stoned corridors until he was out of sight. Peering in, they saw two very scared Gingers and a very ruffled Callahan all sitting on the floor. "I take it he's read the paper this morning?" The twins nodded whilst Callahan simply glared at her unnecessary comment. These two idiots thought it imperative to bring it straight to Osriel. "I tried to restrain him, but that boy knows how to put up a fight." Mariah nodded sympathetically whilst Damien helped Callahan up, checking him for injuries. She wandered over to the two mortal boys, smiling gently. "Don't worry, boys, Harry will be just fine. He just needs to blow off some steam. Hopefully he won't blow up half the castle doing so. That might attract some attention." She giggled at the boys' exchanged panicked looks, hiding her frown as she picked up the forgotten newspaper. There, on the front of the paper, was an image of a painfully young Harry, covered in bruises and staring up at the reader with soulful, sad eyes. It was obviously a memory, but who could do this? Harry stormed into the Chamber of Secrets, screaming, a long hollow sound full of pain and misery. He screamed and screamed, blowing chunks of wall across the room, hidden by clouds and stone dust. He screamed until his lungs ran out of breath and his throat was raw, but the full heavy weight in his chest was still there. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, choking on sobs that racked his body, high-pitched strangled noises escaping his throat as he still tried to scream. He cried until he had no more tears to shed, but still the pain was there. He cried until his head hurt and he didn't think he could possibly continue, but it was still there. He lay on the floor reliving the memories of a whole other life. How could anyone have that? How could anyone show that? Forcing his pain out into the open for the whole world to see. As if it wasn't bad enough that everyone knew he'd killed himself. Suddenly, he froze. He was in the chamber. Looking up, he waited for the dust to settle, and watched as the grayish fog revealed his deepest fear. His body, just 12 years old, lay on the ground beside, preserved to look as fresh as the day he died. He tried to turn away, to leave, but he was frozen on the spot. Closing his eyes did nothing. The image seemed imprinted on his mind. Look away, child. You do not need this pain. Even his beloved master could not break the spell, with only a tear escaping his eye to show he'd heard. A cold skeletal hand cupped his cheek, forcing his head to turn away and face the man that had taken him from this. Pains me to see you suffer so, but this pain is necessary. Why? Why is it necessary? What have I done to deserve this? Was years of abuse not enough? Is my servitude not enough? Must I continue to suffer even after death? I didn't do anything wrong. This isn't fair. I've had enough. He was shouting, but he didn't care. He knew he should treat a god with more respect, and he knew he looked like a mess, but he didn't care. He was tired of it. He just wanted the pain to stop. Besides, he and death had always had a more complex relationship. He had relationship with death. Actual death. This was crazy. He started pulling his hair, laughing hysterically, looking up at the cloaked god. He suddenly inhaled sharply when he realized he was having a complete meltdown. He hadn't been this bad since his first mission. Flashback. Harry stomped his foot and turned his head away. He knew he was acting like a brat, but he didn't care. He'd apparently died only a week ago. That had not sunk in yet. And they expected him to go with them and kill someone. Come on, Runt, you need to learn. It's better to get this experience hands-on. Don't worry, we'll protect you. He glared at the annoying guy, Damien. He never shut up and he was already tired of his stupid jokes. Sure, Harry had felt bad for him at first after hearing his story, but that died out pretty quickly. Mariah, the nice lady, stepped forward, delicately placing a hand on his shoulder. It's up to you, Harry, but the guy is right through there. You'll have to do it eventually. Harry stared up at her, still annoyed. He wasn't a killer, he was a kid. They were almost as bad as everyone else, expecting him to kill. Do we have to break another door again, little one? Harry flushed red at the reminder. In his attempt to stop them leaving, he'd simply dug in his heels and held onto the door frame. Unfortunately, he'd underestimated both his and Calaghan's supernatural strength, and the door frame had simply broken off. Damien was still laughing about it. He glared and stepped back, his message clear. It wasn't going to happen. The trio shrugged and entered the house, leaving Harry alone outside. He frowned, ignoring the shouts, screams, and cries that echoed from within. He'd been ignoring them a little too well, as suddenly a bloody man burst through the entrance, eyes wide in panic. The man lunged forward, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him. Kid, you've got to help me. Get help. The second he touched Harry, it was like a switch had been flipped. His mind filled with images of the imbalance the man would cause and had caused. He grabbed the man's wrist, spinning around and pulling his arm until it dislocated, the man falling to his knees in pain as he cried out. He lifted his leg and dug the heel of his shoe into the man's lower back, forcing the man to arch his back with a sharp scream. Reaching forward, Harry grabbed the man's chin, barely noticing Mars impaling the man as Hell stole his health and Kratos carved marks into him with a flaming knife. His hand covered the man's mouth, and as he pulled away, releasing the disfigured man, a strange glittering blue substance followed his hand. It was enclosed by a fist of bones, and he looked up in shock as Death smiled and disappeared, soul in hand. "Nice one, kid, you're a natural." Harry didn't listen as his vision started to narrow and his breath was knocked out of his lungs. Tears silently streamed down his face as he stared into thin air and, finally, a long, terrified scream escaped his throat. What had he done? Flashback over. When Harry came to, he was still lying in the chamber, but his head had been moved into the lap of Death. "Hello again. Better?" Harry breathed a sigh of relief and finally relaxed, his muscles aching from the constant tension, his head throbbing from hours of crying. He scrambled to apologize but was instantly silenced. "You have been through more than most in your short lifetime, and you have been so strong to have gotten through them. Even after losing all hope, here you are, still fighting. I am so very proud of your strength, child. Never apologize for it." They stayed there for a few more hours as Harry's aches faded away, and he stood, waving goodbye to his master and returning to the castle. Spells and Potions. Khazar Dear Burning Man Glacium Aqua Liquid Ice. Chapter 10. Death in the Maze. "I'm so sorry. Phew, now that's out of the way. Emotions, am I right? For real though, I'm really sorry about how late this is, but I've been doing a lot of writing. Coursework, writing other fics and original stories, helping my little brother write a story for his dad equals me being really lazy actually. TW, this is gonna contain character death and ritual sacrifice if you don't like it. Well, how have you made it this far? This is gonna be a long one, folks, so settle in. Dumbledore reckons you know who is getting stronger again as well?" Neville rolled his eyes as Ronald leaned in, listening to the conversation. Neville had been informing Seamus and Dean about what he had seen in Dumbledore's pensieve. He'd been looking for Trevor when he'd tripped and fallen into the pensieve. And he trusts Snape? He really trusts Snape knowing he's a Death Eater? Neville frowned as Seamus glared and Dean sighed. "Yes, Ron," he said irritably. This was the third time the ginger had asked, and even Granger was starting to look annoyed at him. Neville glanced around nervously, unsurprised to discover the entire house frowning at the group. Neville was kind of an outsider, not Gryffindor enough for them, but Ron and Hermione were hated as much as the Slytherins now that Harry didn't boost their popularity. He shifted away from them, gesturing for Seamus and Dean to follow him into the halls. Seamus and Dean had been doing everything they could to prepare for the final task. Neville had barely got through the others, practically by luck alone. Hagrid had told him about the dragons, and he'd made a perfume out of Somnus Draconis, a rare plant that enchants dragons to sleep. It had been tricky to procure and make, but no one cared about that. It wasn't showy enough for the other Gryffindors. They had been slightly more impressed by his use of gillyweed in the second task, but he'd still come in last. He didn't care about winning the final task, he just wanted to get through this alive. The trio walked to the library. Neville needed a quiet place to think, and the others needed to revise for their exams. Why did Dumbledore insist that Neville of all people was the chosen one? They were acting like Harry didn't even exist. Harry sat on the desk in the room of requirement, watching his team gear up. He'd finally made a decision on what to do, and whilst the other horsemen agreed with him, he wasn't sure if it was the right one. After his incident in the chamber, he'd felt like he could handle it. He'd finally faced his death, what everyone had done to him. But was this out of logic or revenge? Did he just want to see their faces when the light realized what they had done? Or did he genuinely think this was a good idea? He was drawn out of his musings by the voices of his twins. "Oi, Lord Death, what are you doing?" He smiled at them and shook his head. "Just thinking." Fred opened his mouth to speak when Callahan interrupted, brusque and solemn as usual. "Well, you don't have time for that, Osriel. We need to get ready. The first task is tonight. We can use it as a cover to get to Karkarov." Damien nodded and Maria chipped in. "Killing him is the easiest part. Scared as he is, he'll probably head straight to the maze. They always think they're safe in public." At the last comment, Damien and Harry laughed, with even Mars showing a grin. There had been plenty of times that their targets had thought a public space was safer. Less security meant easier access, and they were experts after all. The best of the best. No one ever knew they were there. He looked over to see the twins exchange glances with raised eyebrows, before shrugging and looking back at He smirked and picked up the last of his weapons, securing his mask in place. The four walked up to the desk, which had been set up into a makeshift altar. They usually did this part back at home, but they could make do. He thought back to the first time he'd done this. Flashback. Harry sat on his bed, staring at his reflection in the mirror. He'd been there a month now, and it felt like everything had changed. It was all so much clearer now. His training came as naturally as breathing, his magic stronger tenfold. He'd aged as well. A month ago he'd been 12, now he could easily pass for 15. The training had hardened his body, and the kill had hardened his mind. He understood why he'd been chosen, why he had to kill these people, but that didn't mean he liked it. He looked into the mirror and a stranger stared back. His hair, now long, was tied back by a strip of leather, and his face was completely obscured by the horrifying-looking mask. He'd thought the others were bad, expressions twisted into pain, and anger, and starvation. But all four of them agreed his blank skeletal face was the most terrifying. The four of them, and wasn't that weird to think about? He'd never had a family. Not with the Dursleys, not with his parents, not with the Weasleys. It had always been just him, but that's exactly what the horsemen had become to him. Maria was a caring sister, always ready with advice and support. Damien was the incredibly annoying younger brother, despite the man being a good 300 years older than him. And Callahan. He was a man of few words and fewer smiles, but he was kind in his own way. When Harry had finally understood he was dead, Callahan had been there. He hadn't been affectionate by any means, but he'd understood. Mars was the first horseman, and it had taken him hundreds of years to realize that he had died, that the war he'd dedicated his life to was over, that he didn't need to fight all the time. Callahan was the older brother that Harry would always be grateful for. He loved them all. They were his family, his team. Oi, Squirt! Get down here. It had ritual time. Frowning, he turned to leave. Damien he could live without. He walked down the stairs into the living room where the altar stood. It was grand, elegantly carved mahogany, looking like a wooden throne of skulls, and on its steps sat the horseman. Maria handed him the chalice of life, known to Muggles as the Holy Grail. He held it steady, surrounding it in his magic as the others cut their palms and bled into the bowl. When they were done, he too offered his blood. It was placed on the top step, as he took his place kneeling by death's feet. My master, I call on you to bless us as we enact your will. We offer our blood, for the blood we have spilt, and will, in your name and honor.
Mortem Botue.
End flashback. Mortimer didn't always show up at the ritual. It usually wasn't necessary, but this time the dark, hooded figure appeared before them. Hell, Mars and Kratos bowed at sensing his presence, and even the twins took a step back from the icy chill that had entered the room. Master, Azrael smiled, glad to see him again. My children, you have made a good decision. I believe you will restore the balance in time. Harry smiled slightly, but he still couldn't help but wonder if that were true. Trust yourself, Azrael. You were chosen, and you have not once strayed from your path. You have always been destined to lead this world into glory. Now it is on your terms. With that, his master faded away, and the four horsemen stood, ready to follow orders. Harry turned and smiled at them. We're ready. Everyone was seated in the great hall, Auror standing vigilant along its walls, as their guests finished their meals. As the plates and dishes were cleared away, Dumbledore rose to his feet at the staff table and silence fell. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes' time, I will be asking you to make your way to the Quidditch pitch for the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Will the champions please follow Mr. Bagman to the stadium now? Neville stood, nodding to Cedric who, thankfully, looked just as nervous as him. They walked out the castle followed by Krum and Delacour to the Quidditch pitch, which was now unrecognizable. A 20-foot-high hedge ran all the way around the edge of it with a gap at the front. The entrance to the vast, dark maze. Looking around, he saw the stands start to fill in with people. His gran at the teacher's area, which now held the ministers, champions' families, and the headmasters. Although Karkarov seemed to be missing, his thoughts were interrupted by Bagman, who cast a sonorous before addressing the crown. Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me remind you of how the points currently stand. Tied in first place on 85 points each, Mr. Cedric Diggory and Mr. Victor Crumb, of Hogwarts and Durmstrang respectively. At that the two schools cheered for their champions, the thundering applause sending birds from the forbidden forest fluttering into the darkening skies. In second place, on 80 points, Miss Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons Academy. The French students screamed and cheered as the Vila girl gracefully waved at the crowd. And in third place, with 75 points, Mr. Neville Longbottom of Hogwarts. There were a few cheers, mostly from his friends, but the overwhelming silence and scattered booing was telling, and Neville blushed, refusing to meet anyone's eye. Bagman turned around to look at them again. So, on my mark, 3, 2, he blew the whistle, signaling for Cedric and Crumb to enter the maze. Neville watched them go, following their figures until they disappeared, obscured by darkness. Karkarov limped through the winding halls of Hogwarts, desperate to get to the stands as quickly as possible. He had recovered rather quickly from his injuries thanks to Snape's skills, but he wasn't cleat yet. He just needed to survive one more night. Then the final week was over and he'd be free. He walked round a corner and jumped as he saw a lone figure standing in the corridor. Who's there? Show yourself. Out of the shadows stepped a tall, beautiful woman in an expensive-looking silver dress. Maria Zabini, the widower. An unconfirmed assassin, but not one he needed to worry about right now. The horsemen were the only assassins he needed to fear right now. Madame Zabini, as wonderful as it is to see you, I'm afraid I must be on my way. We wouldn't want to miss the tournament now, would we? She smiled, before replying in a voice of molten chocolate. And he could see how so many had been ensnared in her widowing web. You've been so jumpy these last few days, Igor. Why is that? He frowned, lifting his chin as she walked around him, like an animal stalked its prey. I've no idea what you mean. Now I must be on my way. He went to leave when her voice followed him down the hall. I know what has frightened you so. It was said casually, as though it meant nothing, but Igor spun around like he'd been stung. He frowned, waiting for her to elaborate. How did she know? Severus informed me of your situation after some persuasion. At that his shoulders relaxed. Snape probably mentioned the Dark Lord's returning mark. Maria was well known by the Death Eaters, though not one herself. He mentioned you were having trouble with some shadowy little demons. He tensed up again and strode forward, brows furrowed in anger. What have you said? Who have you told? Again, she just smiled, walking away from him down the dark hallway. Don't be ridiculous. I do not wish to incur their wrath. However, I do believe I may be able to help you. He looked up with wide eyes, heart filled with hope despite himself. You can? She hummed lightly, glancing at him from the corner of her eyes. Perhaps. From the state you're in, I doubt you have much time left after all. She tapered off, giggling slightly before gliding into an emptied classroom, the door left barely ajar behind her. That giggle sounded oddly familiar, and he began to feel ill at ease with the entire situation. But she was right, he didn't have long left. He glanced down the hallway that would lead outside the castle, before taking a deep breath and turning around. If there was even the smallest chance. He walked into the shadowed room and spun around as the door slammed behind him, plunging them into darkness. Neville ran forward, relieved to have finally passed the Sphinx. He could see the middle of the maze up ahead, the cup still there, untouched. Maybe he could actually win. He ran forwards, paying no attention to his surroundings. A dark figure hurtled onto the path in front of him. It was Cedric. He was going to get there first. Just as he thought that, he saw something immense over the hedge, moving quickly towards where the Hufflepuff was headed. Cedric, on your left. He looked around just in time to avoid colliding with the creature, but tripped over a root, tumbling to the ground. Cedric's wand flew out of his hand, a gigantic spider bearing down on him defenseless. Neville scrambled to think of a spell that could stop the spider, but he drew a blank. All he could think of was when the pixies had lifted him up in defense class of second year, but how could that? His eyes lit up and he raised his wand to the spider. Wingardium Leviosa. The spider was barely lifted, but it was enough for Cedric to escape as the duo ran towards the cup, lunging for it, and the port key that would lead them to safety. Neville felt his feet slam into the ground. His leg gave way and he fell to the ground, hand releasing the cup. He raised his head, confused at the sight before him. A cemetery. Where are we? Cedric shook his head, pulling Neville to his feet, and they looked around. They had left the Hogwarts grounds completely, perhaps hundreds of miles away, for even the mountains around the castle could not be seen. It was completely silent and kind of eerie. Is this supposed to be part of the task? Cedric frowned, voice shaking, betraying his nervousness. Wands out, you reckon? He nodded and the two pulled out their wands, constantly looking around. Neville didn't know if he was just being paranoid, but it felt like they were being watched. Squinting tensely in the darkness, they saw a figure drawing nearer, walking steadily towards them between the graves. He couldn't see their face, but he could tell from the way it was walking, and holding its arms it was carrying something. As they came closer, he saw that the thing in the person's arms looked like a baby, or was it merely a bundle of robes? Cedric lowered his wand, but Neville had never felt more terrified in his life, and held his wand surprisingly steady at the figure. It stopped beside a towering marble headstone, only 6 feet from them. For a second, Neville and Cedric and the short figure simply looked at each other. There was silence, so thick it seemed to echo through the darkness, until finally one of them spoke. Kill the spare. Before he had time to react to the strange, high-pitched raspy command, a second voice screeched the words to the night. Avada Kedavra. Neville shut his eyes waiting for death, only opening them when he heard aloud this beside him. Cedric was lying spread-eagled on the ground. He was dead. For a second that contained an eternity, Neville stared into Cedric's face, at his open gray eyes, blank and expressionless as the windows of a deserted house. He quickly looked up at a shuffling sound to see the scene before him had changed. There was a cauldron, over which the hooded figure was standing, walking towards him. Terrified, Neville scrambled towards the cup, taking hold of it as he held onto Cedric's shirt. A tug behind his navel pulled them away from the stranger, who he glimpsed running in their direction. As he was pulled away, a sudden hot pain shot up his leg, and he curled up around his now bleeding limb as they landed. There was a loud cheer, cut off by a surprised silence and hushed whispers as people took in the scene. Only then did Neville truly start to take in what had happened. His hands were shaking so bad he couldn't hold his wound, and he collapsed back, away from Cedric's body as Amos Diggory ran to his son. He was vaguely aware of Dumbledore and the Aurors asking questions, but it felt as though wool had been stuffed in his ears. His whole body was shaking at this point, and a single tear escaped his eye, before his vision narrowed and it all faded to black. Karkarov ran around the room, desperately grasping at the damp stone walls. There was a door he had to get out. Suddenly, he was blinded by a bright light, and as his eyes adjusted, he made out 4 very familiar figures. He fell back, shuffling away to the nearest wall as tears started to fall freely from his eyes. This was it. They had found him. He whimpered as the tallest one, stepped closer, leaning in to stare at him, the cuts and scrapes and bloody patterns decorating the bone made stark by the glowing firelight of its torch. He tried to back up further, but his back hit stone, cornering him. The cold one, Death, spoke, his voice cruel and impassionate. Igor Karkarov, you have been judged and found guilty of upsetting the balance, tainting the minds of future generations to poison. Magic. Your punishment is ritual death. He whimpered again, wrapping his arms around his legs, as off to make himself as small as possible. The angered one, Conquest, seemed to scoff, as he lifted him by the collar as easily as holding a feather. The woman, Famine, glided forward, and Igor's eyes widened as he finally realized why Lady Zabini had unnerved him so. She laughed, that high tinkling laugh that usually charmed men. It struck fear in his heart coming from that emaciated face of bone. She lightly placed her hand on his chest, and he looked down in horror to see his flesh melt away, skin mottling gray as it clung to bone. The disease spread, his clothes hanging limply from his fragile figure, and he could count each individual bone in his hands. She stepped away as he began to groan, hunger gnawing away at him. Lord War stepped forwards, a large curved sword in hand, and raised it to his throat, before quickly slicing it down. He shut his eyes, taking a shuddering breath in, but no metal cut him. His shirt fell away, and the man walked forwards, taking a dagger and began carving strange symbols into his very bones. Karkarov opened his mouth to scream from the pain, but found he could not do so, his mouth too dry, like a desert parched of rain. As the man carved each symbol, Death would step forward, placing his hand over each. His touch was so cold it burned, and the strange symbols glowed lightly as he moved to the next one. He cried, head hung low as the energy in his body gave out. He was barely aware of the horsemen leaving the room, dragging him down the hallway to the great hall. Each step sent waves of pain through his aching bones. His arms hung limply at his sides as he was hoisted up, only reacting when 2 flaming spears were thrusted through his shoulders, pinning him to the wall. He screamed, long and loud as the burns cauterized his wounds. Mars stepped away as Kratos placed a large silver bowl beneath Igor's feet. It was time to start the ritual. Ariel took his goblin-forged dagger, stabbing it into the traitor's chest and dragging it down, gutting him. Blood spilled in a crimson waterfall, pouring into the bowl. He chanted the words that would finish the deed, showing the whole world just what the 4 horsemen were capable of. A sick glee filled him, and he grinned as he spoke.
Ut in nomine mortis facta damnati proditores sumptumque don sanguine fluens ablure.
Éduc pondéré opusset. Magister mortem voce et mortalem animam tibi.
Moore's grant a black smoke rose from the bowl, indicating that the spell was complete. The 4 of them lifted it, pouring the now black liquid over the man's head. As it dried, Azrael held the man's head up, breathing in deep. A glowing blue light was drawn out of Igor Karkarov, his soul leaving his corpse, encapsulated in a prison of bone. He looked over and bowed to Mortimer, who cradled Azrael's face in his other hand, before fading away. Returning to the ground, he nodded to the others, indicating that the ritual was complete. They faded into the shadows, waiting for the school to wake and find the corpse, waiting for the world to finally see them. The 4 horsemen, plants and spells, somnus draconis, sleeping dragon mortem beautis est, death is beautiful. Chapter 11. It's time. Wormtail stood still, staring at the spot where the 2 boys had disappeared. His lord would kill him for this. He squeaked, running back to pick up the homunculus that was currently holding the Dark Lord's soul. It had been a tricky escape from Hogwarts, with Sirius and Remus chasing after him. His old friends had nearly killed him, but Wormtail was fast, he'd escaped. Sirius was still on the run, and Remus had been sacked soon after, for misconduct. The idiot had forgotten to take his potion. The 2 were probably hiding away somewhere thanks to Dumbledore. Focusing, he looked down at the knife that dripped with the boy's blood. It would have to do. He lowered his lord into the cauldron, summoning the bone from the grave at his feet. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The diamond surface of the water broke and hissed. It sent sparks in all directions and turned a vivid, poisonous-looking blue. At the next part he broke into sobs, already preparing for the pain he would go through. Flesh of the servant willingly given. You will revive your master. Simple Defindo removed his hand, and he cried out at the pain, but continued on, ignoring his bleeding stump. The potion turned a bright red as his limb fell in, the light of it shining through the night. With the final step he would be done. Blood of the enemy forcibly taken. You will resurrect your 4. 3 drops of blood from the dagger fell into the liquid, which turned a blinding white instantly. With his job done, he fell back, gasping and whimpering at the pain he felt. He slumped sideways, cradling his bleeding stump of an arm, sobbing. Meanwhile, the cauldron was simmering, sending its diamond sparks in all directions, so bright it turned all else to velvety black darkness. A surge of white vapor enveloped the graveyard, and Wormtail could see nothing. Then, through the mist, he saw the silhouette of a very tall man gliding forwards. "Robe me." He rushed forward, forgetting his arm, and wrapped his master in a black cloak. Master. I'm sorry, the boy. He got away." Voldemort glared down at his sniveling servant. He was alive again. He wanted to breathe the air, and feel the grass beneath his feet. But no, he had to deal with this idiot's failings. Rolling his eyes, he waved his hand. The boy saw nothing and is of no threat. Harry Potter is dead, and there is no stopping us now. The words gave him no feeling of satisfaction or glee as it once would have. Instead he felt a hollow, dull emptiness. Pity even for the boy. He too understood what it was to be hated and rejected constantly. If he had not been so driven by rage and revenge, perhaps he too would have joined the child's fate. He turned back to Pettigrew, watching the rat man. "That reference is for you, Emma." Whimper over his bleeding appendage. A wave of his wand had a chrome replacement appear, and Wormtail released a sigh of relief. "Thank you, master." He nodded, turning away. "Lord Voldemort rewards those that are loyal." He paused. He had planned to summon his faithful, but found that the thought could not take. He wanted to return to the manor, to experience it all again with his new body. Decided, he turned away, not bothering to check if Wormtail would follow. It was strange. Tom almost felt human again. Dumbledore walked out of his chambers, rubbing his weary face before replacing his half-moon glasses. This was not how things should have gone. Before anyone had the chance to ask the boy what had happened, the twit had fainted. This led to the boy being brought to the infirmary, meaning that the minister spoke to the boy before Albus could. And to make things worse, Longbottom didn't even see Tom. The world would never believe that Voldemort had returned. Sighing again, he sucked on a lemon drop and walked down to the hall. He'd have to summon the order again, tell them about Barty. Sirius and Remus were already staying at Grimmauld Place. Adjusting his glasses, he turned the corner to the entrance of the Great Hall. At least this day couldn't get any worse. He stopped, surprised to see a crowd of students huddled at the doorway. What is going on? No one answered him, but they didn't need to. He looked into the hall, seeing the terrifying sight that had shocked all the students. A body had been pinned to the back wall by 2 spears, its stomach carved open and its insides spilling out. The stench was awful, stinging his eyes. A sticky black liquid, his blood, covered the mangled decoration. The man had been harmed, but there was no doubt. It was Igor Karkarov. He pushed past the students, walking into the hall to see his staff, Madame Maxine and the Aurors, surrounding the horrifying image. At the feet of the corpse stood Minister Fudge and Lucius Malfoy. It wasn't until Albus was standing next to them that he realized the Death Eaters hadn't done this. Carved into the forehead, heart, and feet of Igor was a symbol, standing out from the others carved into the man's skeletal frame. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows and of Death himself. The 4 horsemen. Albus turned to look at Lord Malfoy, who had finally spoken. Fudge nodded, his face solemn. Indeed, I wonder what Karkarov did to incur their wrath. And so publicly too. Albus frowned. He was one of the few that believed the rumors of the 4 horsemen. Servants of death, the demigods were called upon when the balance was upset. Igor had once been a Death Eater. Was Death himself ready to pass judgment on the coming war between dark and light? As he thought that, the very walls shook, a heavy rumbling spreading through the castle. The lights flickered, and Albus turned, gesturing to Minerva to collect the children. She walked away, attempting to shoo the scared children away, but they were frozen in their place. Dark shadows collected in the corners of the hall on either side of them. Lucius, Albus, and Cornelius all stepped back, unsure as what to do. The shadows solidified, becoming a tall dark mass that left the walls, taking shape of 4 hooded figures riding large black steeds. He took in a deep breath, fear resonating through him. The horsemen were here. Azrael took in a deep shuddering breath. He thought he could do this, but the anxiety rising within him at the sight of his old teachers and classmates said otherwise. He looked over to see Hell watching him, and he was reassured by the fact that he was not doing this alone. He ushered his horse forward, until they were standing in a row in front of the last 3 people he had seen when he was alive. Fudge, Dumbledore, Malfoy Sr. Oh, the irony. The 4 of them were still, looking down at the mortals, waiting to see who would make the first move. Dumbledore stepped forward slightly, clearing his throat. Asriel grinned behind his mask, glad to see the fear in Dumbledore. Fear of him. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. This is Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge and Lord Malfoy. Asriel lifted his head and spoke, in unison with his team. We know who you are. We are the horsemen, servants of our master. Fudge stepped forwards, dabbing his sweating brow with a handkerchief. We welcome you to our world. If I may ask, what is your purpose here? What master do you serve? Again they spoke in unison, their voices blending together in a deep, ethereal harmony. We serve the gods, we serve death, and we are here to pass judgment. At this, Fudge swallowed, hands shaking. Judgment on who? They were silent, Mars and Kratos clearly enjoying the fear they caused. Asriel smiled. He could practically see Hell rolling her eyes at the pair. Again they spoke. On the wizarding world. At this, Fudge tumbled back slightly, caught by Dumbledore. Lucius Malfoy stepped forward, braver than the other 2 clearly. Asriel was unsurprised when Lucius stepped up towards him specifically, bowing low. Lord Death, Pureblood were usually well versed on the legend of the horsemen, and would certainly recognize what each of them stood for. It was almost strange, feeling the fear and respect from Lucius Malfoy of all people. We welcome you and yours, and ask for peace and fairness. Asriel nodded, and the 4 of them dismounted their steeds, which promptly disappeared into the shadows. Lucius swallowed, his panic almost imperceptible. But there. May I ask, why do you wish to pass judgment on my kind? Mars stepped forward, looking at Lucius. A war is coming. One that will shift the balance of magic entirely. It is our job to maintain the balance. Our master has tasked us with deciding the fate of this war, and of your kind. We must who will win to restore the balance of magic. From the lack of surprise on Lucius's face, Asriel could tell that Malfoy was well aware of his lord's return. He looked down at the man's arm, a very dark image just visible through his sleeve. Malfoy frowned at him, but simply bowed again and stepped back. Minister Fudge, however, was clearly less informed. What war? The wizarding world has been at peace since Harry Potter killed he who must not be named. Asriel's fist tightened as he restrained himself from killing the idiot where he stood. He took a deep breath and shook his head. If you all truly believed he was dead, why do you still fear to say his name? Fudge's eyes widened in shock, but before he could respond, Kratos interrupted. Your tournament was interrupted, was it not? 2 of your children were attacked by a hooded figure. Your cup, sabotaged into a port key, by the traitor in your midst. As he said those words, Mars lunged for Moody, who had slowly been edging away from them as they spoke. He picked up the man by the collar, flinging the man's flask to Asriel. He lifted the lid and caught the familiar scent of polyjuice. Doesn't it strike you as odd that a man who preaches constant vigilance repeatedly drinks from a flask and acts inebriated, or insane? He handed the flask to a very nervous-looking young Auror who also opened the flask. It's polyjuice. Hell pointed at Moody and used her magic to purge the potion from his system. His features began to change at an alarming rate, and before their very eyes stood Barty Crouch Jr. Mars shoved him over to a nearby group of Aurors, who caught the criminal and began to drag him away. You won't win, Dumbledore, he screamed. My lord has returned and he will have his revenge. He'll kill you all. The doors shut behind them, and silence flooded the room. Shock permeated the air and Asriel couldn't help but smile. He did love surprises. Dumbledore walked forwards again. I can only thank you for removing these threats from our halls. Harry rolled his eyes. Trust the old coot to turn assassins into bloody heroes. anything to manipulate them onto his side. He looked around to see his friends looking equally unimpressed, and even the twins, who were standing with the other students, looked incredulous. If you were to judge us, may I ask you to reveal your identities? After all, you are to be guests here. Kratos lunged for the man. Azrael had expected this, and moved to stand in front of the Lord of Conquest. He didn't budge at the impact of a brick wall. Dumbledore was being incredibly disrespectful, and from the look on everyone's faces, it was obvious to them all. Before Dumbledore could speak further, Azrael lifted a hand. Very well. Everything went so still, time could have stopped. No one knew of the identities of the 4 horsemen. They were so secretive and so old. Many had begun to even doubt their existence. But these were new, unbalanced times and called for difference. Mars stepped forwards first. I am Mars, Lord of War. But when I was mortal, my name was Callahan Nile. He removed his mask to reveal a ruggedly handsome face. He had a square jawline and slightly broken nose, his face littered with cuts and scars. His eyes were a dusty gray, and his black hair was threaded with fine lines of silver. Kratos was the next one to step forward. I am Kratos, Lord of Conquest. I lived in France as Damien Barra. At this, many of the Beauxbatons students gasped. Damien was well known in French history, a revolutionary that died in the fight that the people finally won. He removed his mask to reveal a young-looking handsome man, his dark skin dusted with stubble, thick brown hair resting in waves on his head. Rich dark eyes glinted with a sparkle of mischief as he looked over the crowd. As the talking died down, Hel walked out next. Azrael could feel her nerves. Blaze was standing at the front of the crowd, watching intently. He would discover the truth. He subtly sent small tendrils of his magic, wrapping around her like a warm embrace, only retreating when he felt her relax. I am Hel, Lady of Famine. I died in Italy, as Maria Zabini. Shock and loud chatter rose as she removed her mask, revealing enchanting chocolate eyes and long, beautiful hair. She ignored them all, watching her son as if she could explain everything to him with one look alone. Mother? Maria took a step forwards, ready to go to her son, but was stopped by a hand at her wrist. She looked up at Azrael, desperation crossing her face. Soon, she nodded, falling back into place. He stepped forward, raising his occlumency shields, if only to steel his nerves and stop his voice from shaking. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. I am Azrael, Lord of Death. As he spoke, the entire hall stepped back, knowing the spokesman of death was one to be feared even more. I was born of your world. I walked these halls. My name was Harry Potter. Chapter 12. Hello world. Shock passed over the crowd. A breath held, a wave of silence. It's Harry Potter, it can't be. He's dead. Draco Malfoy pushed to the front of the gathered student, staring at the tall assassin. That square jaw, the high cheekbones and tan skin, the highly arched brows and the bright green eyes. It's really him. Blaze looked at Draco, disbelief making him dizzy. This couldn't be happening. His mother was an assassin, a soldier of death. How was any of this possible? He looked at the tall stranger staring out at the hall with a blank expression. He looked like Potter, but he was so much older, he looked more like a 7th year. He looked at the hair, black and wavy, falling perfectly down to cover his forehead, hiding where a scar could have been. Ron and Hermione pushed forward, scrabbling to get a closer look. It looked so much like Harry, but much too old. Hermione opened her mouth to tell everyone that he was lying. But the eldest one, Lord of War, stepped forwards glaring. Yelping, she stepped back and the duo dove into the crowd. Harry watched the students stand in shock, seeing each of their expressions as they wondered if it was truly him. He remembered when Maria had first cut his hair. He'd asked her to make sure it covered his scar, that she could do whatever else she wanted as long as it covered that damn scar. He couldn't see it without seeing Harry Potter. And he didn't want to be Harry Potter anymore. He'd ended up with the sides close cut, and the top of his hair falling down in messy curls to cover his forehead. It had felt like a new him, and he'd thrown himself into his training afterwards like an animal, desperate to leave the chosen one behind. Now here he was, proving that he was their dead savior. Smirking at the irony, he raised a leather-gloved hand, pushing his hair out the way, leaving the stark lightning bolt in clear view. A loud shocked gasp drew his attention, and Harry looked over to see Dumbledore step back, his eyes wide. His smirk stretched into a bloodthirsty grin, teeth bared. Only a strong hand at his shoulder stopped him from leaping over the teacher's table and liberating the old bastard of his head. Looking over, he saw Kratos of all people looking him in the eye, shaking his head. He raised an eyebrow but did nothing more, leaning back against the wall and crossing his arms. Professor McGonagall shakily walked over to the students, raising her arms. All students are to return to their dormitories at once. A loud chorus of protests replied, but she'd already waved her wands, closing the doors to the hall. Harry vaulted himself over the teacher's table, walking past the minister to McGonagall. "Hello, Professor. Did you miss me?" She turned quickly, looking him up and down silently, brows furrowed. Finally, she looked up at him and replied, "I always knew you would give me a heart attack one day, Mr. Potter. But this wasn't exactly what I'd been expecting." Harry couldn't help but laugh at that, eyes closed as he bent over slightly. "Oh, it is good to see you again." She smiled, raising her arm and holding his shoulder in a tight grip. Giving him a sincere smile, she said, "It is good to see you too." He returned the smile, nodding to her slightly. Done with that, he turned back to Dumbledore, Fudge and Malfoy Jr., his evil grin returning. Walking forward, he stood next to them, gleefully realizing that he was now taller than Fudge. He looked over at Malfoy, who for once had lost the smug look on his face. Should he get straight to the point or play around a bit? Deciding to confuse the man further, Harry nodded to him. "Lord Malfoy, a pleasure to see you again, under more fortunate circumstances." Lucius maintained his stoic Slytherin mask, but the slight widening in his eyes told Harry that he'd understood the subtle message. After all, the last time Harry had seen Lucius Malfoy, he'd freed Dobby, and the man had almost sent the killing curse his way. Harry took the man's hand, pulling him in until they were chest to chest, and whispered in his ear, "I wouldn't worry about missed opportunities if I were you. In the end, it didn't matter that you couldn't kill me. I'm still here." Pulling back, he winked at the shocked blonde, moving on to the minister. "Minister Fudge, I haven't seen you since second year. We met very briefly." Harry didn't offer his hand, and when Fudge did, he didn't take it. His personal opinion could not contribute on his decision of which side won, but his personal fucking opinion was that this guy was a fool, and he couldn't stand fools. Speaking of fools, "Harry, my boy, it is so wonderful to see you again." Albus was in shock. It was a small, simple word, but it was the only one that could describe the paused, paralytic, confused feeling he had right now. He couldn't move, he couldn't speak. Harry wasn't dead, but the spell. He checked, it said he was dead. He was knocked of his stupor to see the boy talking to Minister Fudge. "Harry, my boy, it is so wonderful to see you again." The boy fell silent and turned to face Albus, moving faster than his old eyes could see. The next thing he knew, a gaping, rotted face was staring at him, hollow black sockets somehow seeing into his soul. He cried out, jumping back and falling down the steps, in the process landing on his back with a loud crack. A hot slice of pain spread through his spine before fading to a dull ache. Harry frowned. Nothing was broken. "I'm hardly a boy anymore, Dumbledore." He walked away, jumping to lie on the table, propped up on his elbows with one leg swinging over the side. "Merlin, Azriel, you almost killed him." Harry cackled, grinning wickedly at Kratos. "It would have been an accident. It's not like I pushed him or anything. Surely our master could forgive that?" Kratos cocked his hip with a finger to his lips in a thinking pose. "Well, considering you are Lord Death, he talks to you like all the time and you're basically his favorite. Yeah, he'd probably be cool with it." The two laughed, and Hel walked up with an exasperated expression on her face. "You probably would get away with it, but I thought we were going to do this properly. Let the two sides make their case." "It was your idea, Azriel." Harry rolled his eyes, raising an eyebrow at Lady Famine. We are doing this the right way. If we weren't, that man wouldn't have a head right now. And actually, I do recall it being your idea, I just said that it could work. Hel huffed, crossing her arms and looking at Mars with a face that very much said, "Can you believe him?" Kratos walked over to her and batted his eyelashes. "I think it was a brilliant idea, love." She giggled, punching his shoulder to send him flying across the other side of the hall. He hit the stone wall with a loud crack and silent howl of pain. Ow! Harry watched amused, even more so when he saw the horror on the mortals' faces. "Oh, relax, we can take a whole lot more than that. Besides, he's had a whole lot worse from hell. She's violent." He mock whispered the last bit, smiling at Mars, who simply pointed at Mariah. Next thing Harry knew, a sword was aiming to separate him from his head. He parried, leaping from the table and landing on the beam of the ceiling.
Oi, careful.
"You nearly took off my head." Kratos stood again, staggering to rejoin them. "Yeah, careful, hell, he's rather attached to his head." The other three horsemen rolled their eyes at his terrible joke and turned back towards the humans, who were looking no less horrified by what they'd seen. He watched as Flitwick looked from Harry to Karkarov's corpse, which was still hanging from War's spears. He scoffed, looking down at them all incredulously. "Really? You actually forgot that we were the ones to kill him?" Poppy stepped forwards nervously, smoothing down her nurse's apron. "You didn't just kill him, you tortured him. It's monstrous and cruel." At this Mars frowned, finally speaking to the humans. "We are servants of death. If they are to be punished, it must be so. In your stories you call the killers of evil heroes. So why are we the monsters?" Mars' anger was contagious, and Harry walked over to the nurse that had healed him so many times. "Do you have any idea what this man has done? What he would have done? We have punished a criminal for his crimes, and prevented chaos and order from tipping the balance. We have done our jobs, just as you did yours." He stalked back, glaring at Dumbledore, who had opened his mouth to speak. Minerva McGonagall stepped forwards again, speaking to them all. "You said you were here to judge us, to decide which side of the war wins. Harry, surely you can't be saying even for a second that what you know who is doing is right?" He looked down at her, pity in his eyes. "This isn't about right or wrong. When I died, my eyes were open to a lot of things. Wrong and right really has no play. This is about magic, about what your world needs. Yes, too much darkness kills and taints the world, but too much light destroys the shadows that so many thrive in. It blinds you to the world. We are simply here to balance it. My opinion cannot be allowed to compromise the work of my master. Besides," Harry looked at Dumbledore from the corner of his eye, glaring. "Light does not equal good." He turned to rejoin his friends when she stepped forward, holding his wrist. "Is it true, Harry? The newspaper?" As she said this, Asriel caught movement in the corner of his eye, and looked to see a surprisingly emotional Snape. "They'd have to have a little chat later." "Yes, it is." He said no more and sat down on the nearest bench, smirking when he realized it was the Slytherin table. He looked over at Gryffindor, smiling slightly in wonder. It was truly strange being back here. "Well then, if you are to investigate us, you should stay here with us. I'm sure Albus will be more than happy to give you housing within the castle." Fudge crowed happily. Dumbledore frowned at the minister. "Is it a good idea to have assassins near the children?" Mars stepped forwards, looking not at Dumbledore but at Minerva. He took her hand and looked her in the eyes. "My dear lady, I do swear most solemnly that your students shall not only remain safe, but achieve our utmost protection." He kissed her hand and she blushed, before smiling and curtsying. Harry's eyes practically bulged out of his head. What just happened? Fudge, oblivious as always, smiled. "Oh, wonderful, you can stay here. But how will the other side be made aware of your judgment, Mr. Pear?" Harry rolled his eyes, walking over to him. "My name is Asriel, but you may address me as Lord Death, and I do believe the Dark will receive the message very soon." At this, Harry winked again at Lucius, who blinked, appearing to be stuck in a semi-permanent state of shock. Harry turned back to Dumbledore, scowling. "I suppose we'll be staying here then." Dumbledore blinked, then stood from his position, still on the floor with Pomfrey's help. Yes, I'll have the elves prepare your rooms at once. Severus, would you mind leading our guests to the rooms in the dungeons? Silently, Snape nodded, refusing to make eye contact with anyone and walking out the hall. Fudge departed with a nervous, sweaty goodbye, following Dumbledore to the flue in his office. One by one, the teachers left, until only the horsemen, Snape and Malfoy, remained. Severus, I'll walk with you, my rooms are down there too. At this, Harry's eyebrows raised and he sidled over to the blonde's side. Smirking, he slowly looked Lucius up and down before meeting his eyes. Oh really? The Death Eater blushed, and Harry grinned, high-fiving Kratos when the two mortals weren't looking. Mars simply ignored them, whilst Hel rolled her eyes. Mariah, he whispered, wrapping his arm around her waist. She looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes. He won't hate you. He'll need space, let him sleep on it, and tomorrow you can explain everything. I promise you it'll be okay. She nodded, and he passed her over to a concerned-looking Damien, who tucked her under his arm and held her head to his chest. Harry smiled at the sight. Under all the joking, he knew that Damien really cared about Mariah. Turning back, he walked with Mars through the damp stone corridors. An uneasy feeling started to build up in his chest, and he cast his magic out, searching for threats. Finding none, he frowned. Why was he feeling like this? Callahan looked at him curiously. What is it? Harry shook his head, confused, and then stopped dead when it hit him. It was here. It was right here. The rest of the group all paused, turning to look at him. Harry, Chapter 13. A Soul I Recognize. Harry ignored his friends, turning to walk down a different corridor. Mr. Pa, my lord, please this way. We do not want you getting lost. It was really strange hearing Snape address, and must have pained the supercilious man greatly. Harry gave Snape a dismissive wave over his shoulder, staring intently down the hallway to a seemingly dead end. The amount of times I've sneaked down here, I should hope I know my way around the dungeons by now. Besides, you and I need to have a little chat later. At his words, Snape's pale skin became much paler, and he nodded, quickly ushering the others away. Once they were gone, Azriel closed his eyes, letting out a long, slow breath. Black tendrils of smoke extended across the hall beneath his skin. As he listened, there, a slight whisper caught his attention, and he followed it down the hall, until he saw a tapestry hung on an otherwise bare wall. Find me, let me out, set me free, I am here. The whispers became louder the closer he got, until he had his ear against the wall. It repeated itself over and over, its tone becoming more desperate by the second. Placing his hands and forehead against the wall, he pushed his magic forwards, as though trying to open a heavy door. Finally, the bricks moved, creating an archway that led to a crowded room. He walked through towering piles of junk, suitcases and boxes and brooms strewn across the long hall. As he walked down, the whispers increased in volume until it was next to him. He looked at the small mound of boxes until he saw a small trunk with initials carved into the leather strap. TMR. He reached forward and picked it up. It was surprisingly heavy, and slightly warm to the touch, as if a living thing were inside. In a way there was. Harry opened the trunk, surprised to see a silver crown nestled on silk. He lifted it, stroking a finger over the smooth edges, as if calming a frightened animal. The voice had silenced, but a small contented sigh could be heard, like a warm breath. Hush now, little soul. You are not alone anymore. I will take care of you. He transfigured it into a simple bracelet wrapped around his wrist, and hidden by the leather forearm guards he wore. How could anyone do this, he thought, tear apart their own soul? Sighing, he replaced the box and walked away, the wall solidifying behind him. He walked down the empty halls, which were eerily silent. He smirked as he arrived at Snape's office. Once he would have avoided it like the plague. He knocked on the door, hiding his grin when he felt the wizard rush over to open the door. It was amusing to see the man's emotions, like seeing ice smile. An interesting sight, to say the least. The door swung open, and Snape stood aside, stoic as ever. My lord, please do come in. He grimaced as he entered the room, taking a seat opposite the man's desk. I'm not Voldemort. Don't call me your lord. I am no such thing. Snape nodded once and sat behind his desk. Then what should I call you? Harry thought for a moment before replying. My name is Azriel, so you may call me as such, Professor. Again, the man showed no outward reaction, but Azriel could tell he was thinking. Well, as I am no longer your professor, you may call me by my name. Severus. Harry stared at the man, watching him for any hints at why the famously sharp-tongued man was suddenly being so civil. His face was blank, but Harry knew how to read people. His hands were taut and too still, trying not to shake. A slight bead of sweat decorated his temple, betraying his nervousness. Dark eyes were completely free of any emotion, indicating the raised occlumency shields. The man was terrified. I'm not going to kill you, Severus. That's not why I'm here. Severus could not hide his relief. He let out a sharp breath, his shoulders slumping. You aren't? The demigod shook his head and leant back in the chair, his ankle resting on his knee and arms slung over the back of the chair. No, of course not. Why would I? Because you were a bit of a dick? Or because you did what you thought was right? Snape frowned and leant forwards, his clasped hands resting lightly on his desk. It was difficult to believe that the powerful, confident man before him was his ex-student. So you weren't upset about the article? A loud booming laugh was his answer, as Azriel leant over, arms wrapped around his stomach. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I hurt 3 of my friends and demolished part of the castle. Snape paled. Maybe Azriel was going to kill him. But I realized that if I had been dead, it would have had no effect on me, only what it was intended. To share the truth which was bound to come out eventually. 3 things that never hide for long. The sun, the moon, and the truth. The pair were silent for a minute contemplating, before it was interrupted. Besides, it's always fun to see someone get won over Dumbledore. Snape rolled his eyes at the comment. I was about to say how mature you had become, but clearly I was wrong. You haven't changed a bit. Harry smirked, smiling when the expression was mirrored by the mortal. A smile, Professor. Careful, people will start thinking you have emotions. The smirk widened and Harry grinned. Well, this was just lovely, Severus. Surprisingly, it was very nice talking to you again. Snape raised an eyebrow, but nevertheless stood and followed Harry to the door. Likewise, they stepped out and Severus led Harry down towards the guest chambers, where 6 portraits were mounted next to each other. Yours is the one with the crowned prince on it, and you can set your own password. All the rooms are decorated green and silver, I'm afraid. Harry shook his head and smiled, walking towards the portrait. It's fine, green is my favorite color. After inspecting the painting, he turned back to the potions master and laughed at his surprised expression. He was probably expecting something stereotypical like red. Which room is Lucius, out of interest? Frowning, Severus glanced over at the painting to the far left, and Harry was unsurprised to see that it was a painting of a snake. He smirked and walked towards it, ignoring his own room for now. What are you going to do? Azriel looked over and smiled at the worried look on the man's face. Since when was he so expressive? Relax, I'm not going to hurt Blondie. Well, not unless he asks nicely. With wink and parting smirk, he spoke to the snake in Parseltongue, entering the room with resistance and leaving a bewildered Severus Snape outside. Mariah resurrected the next morning, burrowing her face into Damien's chest. He went to move, but her supernatural strength held him close. He grunted, and she felt his head hit the pillow, resting. She just wasn't ready to face the day yet. Kratos rolled over, pulling her with him until she lay on top of him, and she looked up, to see big dark eyes watch her beneath furrowed brows. There's no use avoiding it, Mariah. He is your son. He needs to know. She nodded, tears welling up in her eyes again. She was not an emotional woman, but she was a mother. As with any good mother, seeing hate or disappointment in her child's eyes was her biggest fear. Hurting him would be her biggest failure and biggest regret. I've already been hated and rejected by my family. I couldn't stand to face that. From Blaise. Damien was silent for a moment, wrapping his arms around her waist as she rested her head on his shoulder. Then tell him that. All you can do is explain it to him. The horsemen are your family now. Make sure he knows he isn't losing his mother. He's getting us, uncles and protectors. After all you've done for this world, and with everything you have endured, he should be proud of you, if he has any mind. She smiled, placing a gentle kiss on his cheek and sitting up, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. Of course he has mind, he's my son. He laughed, a gentle happy laugh that she loved so. Not that she'd ever admit it. Neither of them would. That is very true, dear Hel. So you have nothing to worry about. He is your son. She nodded, standing and replacing her uniform. Blaise had likely never seen her out of a dress, but it was time he saw Hel, the warrior rather than Mariah, his mother. Damien did the same, walking past her and opening the door. Good luck. She rolled her eyes at his false positivity, giving him a glaring fake smile and leaving. Blaise stared at the canopy above his bed, his eyes sore. He had not slept all night. How could he? His mother had lied to him his whole life. He sighed and rolled over, finally getting out of bed and dressing. Classes had been cancelled, unsurprisingly, so there was no need to go anywhere. He looked around the empty dorm. Draco had probably left to speak to Lord Malfoy about everything. Sighing, he sat down on his bed, head in his hands. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't go home, his mother was a stranger to him. A murderer. He couldn't live with her anymore. Normally he would have asked to stay with Draco, but he had a feeling his friend had his own struggles. And wasn't that another surprise? The Dark Lord had returned. Of course, Blaise knew that the Malfoys served the man, though Draco forever denied it. He could only hope the blonde stayed safe. All of them, really. The Malfoys has become a second family to him. He'd always stayed with them when his mother was away. Merlin, he growled, throwing his tie across the room. All this time, ever since he was a child, how had he never noticed? Was he blind, or was she that good of a liar? Sighing, he rolled back his sleeves and left the room, heading to the kitchen for breakfast. He'd grab some food and head back to his dorms. Perhaps he could hide in there with his books and forget all of this turmoil for a while. The portrait swung open, and he ducked out quickly to avoid the stares of his housemates. He walked into someone standing on the other side, and was only stopped from falling back by a slender hand around his wrist. He looked up to see his own eyes staring down at him, and he scowled at the gentle, worried expression on her face. He didn't even acknowledge her, walking around and through the halls towards the Hufflepuff corridors. Generally the Hufflepuffs were the only ones who knew the entrance to the kitchens, but an old girlfriend had showed him where it was. He opened the door, and froze in shock to see his mother already seated at the table. Ow! She smiled gently, looking down at where her clasped hands rested on the table. I have a lot of abilities you couldn't even imagine, darling. She sighed and looked back up at him, and he was surprised to see tears in her eyes. He had never seen his mother cry. She had been like sunshine always. Then again, there was a lot he didn't know. I've lied to you for so long, and every second has tortured me. Please just let me explain. You deserve the truth, and I tire of lying to you. He frowned and sat, remaining silent as he looked at her. She was the same, yet so very different. She had the same eyes that had always watched over him, that looked at him with such love and devotion. Those same hands that had held him close when his father had passed. But the bright smile was gone, replaced with tears and a grim expression. Her gentle features seemed harsher, haunted. Her dresses were gone, and tough leather armor and daggers were worn instead. He didn't think he'd ever seen her wear trousers. She cleared her throat and he leant back, waiting for whatever it was she would say. First of all, I want you to know that I love you. I have always loved you and always will. I am still your mother. He frowned. This stranger was not his mother. His mother was a gentle woman, who couldn't raise a hand against anyone. This woman was a killer. I know what you're thinking, that I'm a murderer, that you do not know me. So I'm going to tell you everything. And whatever you decide to do after, I will respect that. You have every right to walk away. His heart clenched at hearing her say those words, at seeing his mother so downcast because of him. He closed his eyes and nodded at her, indicating to go on. I was born in Italy, 1876, to my father and his mistress. Being a bastard back then was enough to have your child killed. But my father instead sent my mother away to another country and left me to starve on the streets. I grew up with thieves and murderers. It isn't all surprising I picked up certain abilities. The older children thought it amusing to tell me often of where I came from, the little lady, lying in the dirt. I grew up and decided to make him pay for what he had done to me. I'd learned quickly that men rarely listen to women, unless they were beautiful. Beautiful women had more power than men realized. I tricked them away from their money, and became a rather well-off aristocrat. Enough to gain the attentions of a young man, Salvori Zabini. Blaze's eyes bugged out of his head, and she laughed slightly at his expression. Relax, darling, this was a long time ago. Courting only began after marriage. And my stepbrother was determined to marry me. He had no idea who I was, of course. Not until he invited me into Zabini Manor to meet his mother and our father. Blaze frowned at the rather wicked smirk that had appeared on his mother's face. It had a bitter line to it, and only then did Blaze realize how difficult it was for her to talk about this. Once I was inside, I poisoned their wine. As my father lay before me dying, I made sure he knew that it was his bastard daughter who had done this. I thought the pain in his eyes was worth it, that I could take their fortune and move on with my life. I only lived for another week. Years of malnutrition tend to have that kind of effect. Blaze blinked in shock at his mother. After all she had been through. But if she died, I don't understand. You're right here in front of me. You aren't a ghost. You're breathing, you're my mother. She nodded, understanding in her eyes, at his confusion. The four horsemen are rather well known. A fairy tale to many until now anyway. I'm no mere assassin, my darling. Each horseman has to live, kill, and die as what they represent. I lived starving, I poisoned my family's food, and died from malnutrition. My power and pain was enough to attract my master, Death himself. He chose me to become Hell, Lady Famine, and to serve him for the rest of time. I have certain abilities of a deity, I am immortal. He saved my soul and gave me a purpose. He made me a god so that I may do my duty. Blaze collapsed back in his chair, exhausted. Shock simply could not encompass how he was feeling right now. All his life, his mother had hid this from him. And what duty is that? Murdering people? She sighed and opened her fists, palms facing him. Death isn't something to be feared, my love. I should know, I work with him. The souls we are charged to punish and collect have done terrible things, or would have done. These things would upset the balance, destroying all magic in this world. And yes, some of the people we kill are innocent. Good men, women, and children that have lived happy lives. Yet they must die because otherwise everyone would die. We do not torture the innocent. Their souls are handed over to death, and he cares for them, protecting them. That is my duty, to protect humanity, to protect magic. It's something I've always been very proud of. Blaze glared at that. Whilst this explained a lot, it didn't explain why she had lied to him all this time. If you're so proud, why didn't you tell me? She sighed, and rested her head in her hands. He almost felt bad for her, but this wasn't enough. She leaned back, but refused to look at him, because I was terrified. The horsemen are my family, but you are my son. If anything happened to you, I could never forgive myself. He frowned, still confused at what she was suggesting. Scared of what? Until now, no one had known his mother was a horseman. What do you mean? She opened her mouth to answer, but stopped, looking over at the kitchen door. Confused, Blaze looked too and was surprised to see Harry Potter, or Azriel apparently, entering the room. Scared you wouldn't accept her. Good morning, sister dearest. He placed a kiss on her cheek and walked over the cupboard, pulling out a large cake and cutting a piece off. Blaze spoke up, upset by the man's words. You're my mum. I'll always love you. I just wish you'd told me sooner. He was shocked to see tears welling up in her eyes, and he swiftly got up to hug her. She held him tightly, pulling back and smiling as she held his face in her hands. Thank you, mio figlio. She turned and smiled at Harry, who walked over and smiled at them both. Now darling, I'd like you to meet your uncle, Azriel. Blaise looked up at him and decided then and there that he would make sure his mother never cried again. This man and the other two were his mother's family. He could at least try and get to know them. It's good to finally meet you properly, Blaise. Last time I met you, you were running from that wolf in the Forbidden Forest. Blaise blinked in confusion. That had happened last year. He and Draco had agreed to meet outside, but Dre had gotten caught. He'd been walking too close to the forest, and the next thing he knew, a wolf was chasing him. He thought he'd be dead for sure, but the beast just died suddenly. That was you. Harry or Azriel winked at him, grinning. Well, I couldn't leave you to die, could I? You're my nephew. Besides, if I had, your mum would never have let me hear the end of it. Ow! Blaise laughed as his mum elbowed Azriel with an annoyed expression on his face. Oh fuck. I think you broke my ribs, he wheezed out, a drop of blood collecting in the corner of his mouth. She tooted, holding his back as his new uncle straightened up. Blaise winced at the loud crack that sounded through the room. Language. Azriel looked at her incredulously, before turning to Blaise with shock on his face. Blaise laughing. I'll speak however I fucking please. You just broke my ribs. His mother looked at the both of them, unimpressed, and turning back towards the kitchen making a sandwich. Don't be a baby, Azriel. The demigod put his hand over his chest and collapsed back on the table with a wounded expression on his face. My lady, you insult me. His mother didn't respond, handing the sandwich to Blaise and smiling at him. It was strange seeing how his mother was before, and then the strong assassin deity with her younger brother, Harry Potter, who was now his cool uncle. He shook his head, deciding it was better to simply accept things as they were. She stood, kissing Blaise on the cheek and walking towards the door. Thank you for listening, my darling. Now eat up. I love you. She stepped out of the kitchen, shouting, Behave, Azriel, over her shoulder as she left. Azriel laughed and stood up, ruffling Blaise's hair. It's like she doesn't know me at all. Passing an alarmingly large slice of cake to him, he grinned cheekily and walked out of the kitchen, leaving Blaise to wonder when his life had become so strange. Chapter 14, Dangerous Times. Dumbledore sat at his desk, head in his hands. His office was littered with papers and broken trinkets from the fit of rage 5 minutes earlier. Fawkes had finally stopped squawking, but still refused to get down from the sorting hat's shelf. He couldn't help but wonder where everything had gone wrong. Sure, it wasn't ideal when the child had killed himself, but he had Longbottom as a backup plan. He could still kill Voldemort and make the child a martyr. People had refused to believe the boy was his real savior, and now everyone knew it wasn't true. Potter was back, and from the dead. If that didn't scream the chosen one, he didn't know what did. Now all of that would be absolutely fine. He could champion Harry, maybe push for the Dursleys to be punished to make Albus look good and then have him killed off, but that wouldn't work. Harry Potter worked for a god. Death. He was a horseman, practically a god himself. Albus wasn't sure if he could kill a god, and even if he could, Death would surely want revenge. Perhaps if he had the Hallows? He already had the wand, and he had an idea of where the stone may be. The cloak, however, it had disappeared when Harry had. Perhaps the boy had taken it to wherever he'd done the deed. They'd never found the body, and they had certainly looked. Dumbledore sighed, popping a lemon drop into his mouth and restoring the state of his room with a wave of his hand. He'd start looking for the cloak and a way to kill the horsemen. Harry Potter had to die. Blaise carefully placed his books in his bag and walked out of the common room, slinging the strap over his shoulder. Classes had been started again, as Professor Snape had informed them all last night, with a warning to stay away from the horsemen. Blaise had struggled not to smile at that, like he'd stay away from his mother now, after what she'd told him. He was still a little hurt and shocked from it all, but he truly felt like he knew her, and he'd always wanted a family. Potter didn't seem so bad, and he was hoping he'd get to know the other two at some point. He looked over as Draco walked down the steps towards him. He was worried about his friend. The blonde had raced into their dorms yesterday like death was on his tail, and had refused to talk. He was paler than normal, his hair slightly messy and dark circles under his eyes. Draco, are you gonna talk now? I'm worried about you. The Malfoy scion looked at him for a moment before glancing around. They walked further down the corridor towards the Great Hall, only talking when they were alone. It's my father. Blaise nodded. He'd assumed it was about that. Look, Draco, I know you'll never admit it, but I know your father's affiliations. Draco's eyes widened, a look of horror passing his face. It's okay. Just know that you don't have to follow in his footsteps. Working for the Dark Lord can be dangerous. You can always come to me for help if... He was cut off when Draco laughed, almost hysterically, and shaking his head rapidly. He had a slightly disbelieving look on his face, and looked bitterly amused at what they were talking about. No. It's not that. I went to Father's rooms to talk to him about it. He refused to speak of it. Blaise frowned, confused. If this wasn't about the return of the Dark Lord, what was this about? Draco stopped walking, leaning against the wall and sliding down until he was crouched on the floor. Blaise sat to join him, waiting. I went down to speak to him. Everyone says that my father is a Death Eater, but he's never said anything about it to me. Honestly, I'm not sure what's going to happen. I was about to knock when the portrait opened and Potter walked out. Blaise was shocked at that, his eyes widening. This was yesterday, so it must have happened whilst he was talking to his mother. Azriel? Draco looked over at him, confused, before an expression of realization crossed his face. He nodded, looking down at his hands. Azriel, yeah. I almost forgot about your mother. I'm so sorry, Blaise. How are you? Blaise smiled. Draco could be a pompous ass to people sometimes, but he'd always been so caring to Blaise. It's okay, Dre, we talked about it. It's still a bit weird, but we're okay. I get why she didn't tell me, although it is really weird having 3 supernatural uncles. Draco nodded and huffed out a quiet laugh, leaning his head on Blaise's shoulder when the Italian wrapped an arm around him. Well, since he's your uncle now, maybe you could tell him to stop sleeping with my father. Draco almost fell back in shock, his head rearing up in alarm. He turned to stare at the disgusted Malfoy, with an incredulous look. Surely not. What makes you think that? Draco sighed and looked up at the ceiling with a conflicted look. As I opened the door, he walked out with messy hair and no shirt. He looked kind of surprised to see me. Then he just started laughing and walked away. When I went into the room, my father was there, dressing. He looked more disheveled than Potter. It was terrible. We're the same age for Merlin's sake. Blaise grimaced at that, his nose scrunching up. That was strange. He could certainly see why Draco looked so ill. It was always horrible to think of your parents like that, and with Harry Potter no less. What he couldn't understand was why Lucius had slept with Azriel of all people. If it makes you feel any better, I recently found out that my mother is 118 years old. I don't think age is really a factor when it comes to undead, immortal soldiers of death. Draco laughed at that, and Blaise was glad to see a smile on his boyfriend's face again. They stood, and he hugged the blonde close. Try not to worry too much, Draco. I'm sure your father will tell you anything you need to know. Now come on, we need to get to class, we missed breakfast. The day before, Lucius stared into the flames, waiting for Dolohov to answer. He needed to speak to someone about the Dark Lord. Finally a head appeared in the fire, and Lucius sighed in relief. Antonin. The man raised an eyebrow but nodded. Lucius, it's good to hear from you. What's wrong, old friend? You seem distressed. Lucius and Antonin had been inducted as Death Eaters together, and had been friends in school before that. Have you heard from our Lord recently? Antonin's eyes widened and the head disappeared. Lucius was worried the man had simply left, but the face reappeared a moment later. Merlin, Lucius, you need to give a man a warning before talking about these things. I hadn't secured the flu. Lucius nodded and apologized. He was forgetting himself. He took in a deep breath, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hand. Why would I have heard from him, Lucius? Our Lord has been dead for years now. What's happened? Lucius shook his head, reaching up to secure the black satin band that held up his hair. He pulled off his gloves and cloak, slinging them over the armchair, and placing his shoes by the side of the fire. He was tired. Karkarov was found dead in Hogwarts today. He was murdered by the 4 horsemen. Even through the flames, shock and panic could be seen in Dolahov's eyes at the thought of the well-known ruthless assassins, mercenaries of death himself. It gets worse. Antonin spluttered and the fire crackled slightly with his reaction. Lucius stretched out. He could really use a drink right now. Lucius, don't tell me you've finally lost your mind. After all these years. Cannot get worse than the horsemen. What does this have to do with the Dark Lord? Lucius sighed, wondering exactly how to tell Antonin about this. There didn't seem to be a way to ease him into it. He stared into the flames, just now starting to realize exactly how crazy all of this was. They didn't just disappear after killing the traitor. Apparently our Lord has been resurrected, using the tournament to his return. The horsemen appeared in front of us all, claiming that a war is coming. They are here to decide which side should win. The flames seemed to dim a little as he said that, almost as if Antonin had paled at the thought. Rightfully so. If the light were to win, every single Death Eater would face the wrath of the 4 horsemen. It still gets worse. This was met with a hysterical laugh, and Lucius turned to see Antonin shaking slightly, clearly disbelieving. They revealed their identities. Niall Callahan, Damien Barra, Mariah Zabini, and Harry Potter. Lucius smirked slightly at the stunned look on his friend's face, glad he wasn't the only one suffering with this. We can only wait now and see what happens next. I just don't understand why our Lord has not summoned us yet. He watched as Anonin looked down, and Lucius did the same, knowing what he was checking. He had done the same thing. The mark was black, standing out starkly against his pale skin. Potter wishes for those of the dark to be aware of this new situation. I trust you can tell our other associates. Antonin nodded mutely, clearly still in shock. They bid their farewells and the flu connection was cut. Lucius stood, stretching, and walked over to the fire whiskey that Severus had so kindly given him. Well, that was certainly informative. Lucius spun around, wand in hand, as he dropped the glass he'd been holding. Potter caught the glass as he swiftly disarmed Lucius, grinning. Hello to you too. Lucius glared, stepping back when the demigod walked closer. He watched as Azrael poured the whiskey into his glass, begrudgingly accepting the drink when it was handed to him. The assassin sat down, but Lucius didn't move, cautious. Oh, relax. I'm not going to kill you. Where's the fun in that? He paused, but eventually sat down on the armchair opposite. To what do I owe the pleasure, Lord Death? The man laughed, brushing his hair out of his face. No need to be so formal, you can call me Azrael. The people that call me that are scared of me. At this, a dark look entered the ethereal being's eye, and he slowly leaned forward, until they were face to face, Azrael's arms trapping Lucius in the chair. Up close he could see how beautiful the Lord of Death really was. He had strong jawline and sharp cheekbone, with hypnotic green eyes. Are you scared of me, Lucius? He swallowed, shaking his head slightly. Azrael grinned, leaning closer until Lucius could feel his hot breath on his neck, as the man whispered in his ear, liar, and back to normal. Lucius had woken up the next morning, flooded with memories of drinks, surprisingly open conversations, and some other, very interesting images. Azrael had left very quickly, and Lucius was just getting dressed when his son walked in, looking ill. It didn't take long for him to realize what had happened. Draco, stop shouting. It's unbecoming of a Malfoy to raise their voice. Draco continued to pace up and down the room, his face incredibly pale, as Lucius waited for him to calm down. But it's Potter. What were you thinking? Honestly, Lucius wasn't sure what he'd been thinking. It had been easy to talk to Azrael, and they'd gotten along very well. If his lord discovered this, however, well, Lucius would need to be careful. I am your father, Draco. It is not your place to question my decisions. My private life is none of your business, and we will discuss it no further. Draco glared at him, but quieted and stopped pacing. Lucius nodded. Good. Now what did you come here for? Immediately a worried look crossed his son's face, and he sat down on the armchair. When the horseman said the Dark Lord was returning, Lucius cut him off, turning away from the worried teen. It is none of your concern, Draco. He walked over and knelt before him, placing a hand on his shoulder. You needn't worry. Now go back to your dorm. He ushered the boy out, closing the door behind him. Frankly, he had no idea what to tell Draco. For the first time in a long time, Lucius didn't know where he stood. These were dangerous times. Chapter 15. A new fight. Blaise and Draco walked out of potions with Pansy being dragged away by Daphne. Blaise couldn't stand the pug-faced girl. She was always simpering to him. He knew the Parkinsons wanted a marriage contract with the Malfoys. Thankfully, Narcissa would never allow that to happen, as she didn't have the highest opinion of the family. Blaise? He looked over to see the blonde pointing at a large crowd herded around a window. Curious? Blaise grabbed Draco's hand and pulled him down past the Great Hall and outside. It was here that they realized what everyone had been watching. In front of the dark forest were the 4 horsemen, and they were fighting. Harry ducked as Callahan swung at him, dropping low to trip the man up and punching him in the stomach when he, predictably, jumped over. He flipped backwards and jumped up, successfully delivering a spinning kick to Damien's face. He bent over, panting as the Lord of Conflict fell to the ground, clutching his face. He grinned as the vain horseman complained about his young, beautiful face. He turned, only to feel a sharp stabbing pain and looked down to see a sword rammed through his lower abdomen. He grunted in pain before falling to his knees. The second he dropped, the 3 horsemen jumped him, Callahan holding him in a chokehold as Damien twisted back his arms and Mariah approached with yet another sword, ready to deliver the killing blow. Harry looked around frantically before getting bored and grinning, blood spilling out of his mouth and down his chin. He kicked back at Damien's chest with all his strength, sending the man flying across the field, before grabbing Callahan's arms and twisting them with increasing force until he heard a loud snap. The older man yelled out hoarsely, releasing him in time for Harry to flip away from the sword's direction, kicking it and adding enough momentum for it to swing around and cut her arm instead of his neck. He landed, grinning broadly at the sight before him. All 3 of his friends, groaning in pain on the ground. He was about to continue their faux battle royale when Blaise suddenly ran forward, panic overwhelming his features. "Mom!" Harry sighed and walked away from the scene, smirking when he saw Lucius standing with the teachers who'd been watching the spectacle. "Quick question, how long were we fighting?" The blonde watched him impassively and Harry snorted. Clearly Lucius was trying to ignore the other night. He raised an eyebrow at the pureblood, waiting until he cracked. Finally Lucius sighed and rolled his eyes, moving to stand slightly closer to the Lord of Death. 3 hours. Harry's eyes widened and he leant back against the wall. Honestly, he was surprised. Time just didn't seem to register when he was fighting. Really? It normally lasts longer than that. Last time we went a whole day. At this, Lucius finally dropped his emotionless mask and looked over at Azriel in shock. A whole day? Of that, seriously? He nodded earnestly. It was fairly normal for them. They tried to train regularly and for as long as possible. It was important that they kept their skills honed, for whenever their master needed them. Yeah, it's normally a lot more grim as well. At least 2 deaths. At least. He ignored Lucius' troubled look, instead watching as his nephew helped Mariah stand. Blaise ran over, terrified when he saw Azriel kick the sword at her. Why were they fighting? He thought they were family. "Mom!" When he shouted, Azriel walked away from them, and he quickly helped his mother up, who seemed to be sobbing. "Don't worry, Mom, you'll be okay. We'll just get you to the medical wing and—" He was stopped by a hand at his shoulder and looked up to see the Lord of Conflict smirking at her. "Hell, calm down, you're worrying the boy." He frowned and looked over to that his mother was laughing, not crying, her shoulders shaking and tears streaming down her cheeks. He looked around confused. Was she insane? "Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't mean to worry you. This is just basic training and I was laughing at Damien." He frowned and looked to where she was pointing. The man behind him, so his name was Damien. The horseman in question was pouting. "He hit me in the face, Mariah." "Shut up." She giggled and walked over to the older gentleman, gently holding his arms and moving them slowly until they were comfortably at his side. How did they heal so quickly? His mother wasn't even bleeding anymore. "Oh, hush, Damien. Mars had both his arms broken and Azrael was stabbed. You don't see them complaining. He frowned, slinging his arm around her shoulders and carefully examining her arm. Blaise watched, wondering if this was really normal for them. Damien let go and crossed his arms, muttering. They didn't break their nose. She rolled her eyes and tapped his perfectly straight nose before walking back over to a very confused Blaise. Don't worry, dear, this is fairly tame and we heal very quickly. It's absolutely fine. Draco, however, may not be. Blaise spun around to see the blonde Slytherin storming over towards the group of faculty that had been observing the training. He could see why Draco looked so furious. A half-naked Potter was having a chat with Lucius Malfoy, and the two were looking awfully close. He quickly ran forward, hoping to stop Draco from doing anything stupid. Lucius leant closer to Azrael, unable to help himself. He should maintain more control in situations like this, but the horseman made him want to forget all his rules and just let loose, and Azrael seemed to want the same thing. He looked the Lord of Death up and down, observing more now they were in the sunlight, rather than a candle-lit room. He still had those tattoos he'd asked about. Apparently they worked similarly to his Death Eater's mark, as a kind of binding to Azrael's master. Lucius could also see many small scars littering his body, specifically over his shoulders and down his back. Lucius was just about to ask him what they were from, when he saw his son racing towards them, an angry expression on his face. Before he could warn him, Draco reached them, blasting a stunner at Azrael. Before he could do anything, a strong arm was wrapped around his waist and pulling him towards a warm body. Harry pulled Lucius towards him and lifting his forearm, batting away the stunner. It hit a tree and fizzled out, harmless. So Malfoy still didn't like him. Huh? At least some things never changed. What's your problem, Malfoy? He tried not to laugh when Lucius started to protest, releasing the older blonde and waving his hand. Not you, Lucy. Ignoring the annoyed expression on Lucy's face, that nickname is absolutely sticking. Harry walked over to Draco, smirking as he towered over the skinny wizard. Is there a problem? Malfoy took a step back, but the glare on his face was concrete. The Slytherin student nodded, gesturing over to Lucius and scowling. Stay away from my father. Azrael didn't respond, but his face clearly said it all. What was Draco going to do about it? Before things escalated further, Blaise pulled Draco away, whispering in his ear. He rolled his eyes and walked back to Lucius, who had a blank, cold expression yet again. What's wrong? Lucius didn't say anything and Harry watched him carefully. His jaw was tightened and his hands were balled up into tight fists. Lucius was in pain. He looked around to see Severus looking the exact same, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what was going on. Snape walked over to Dumbledore, and the pair exchanged brief words before the potions master departed. Aware of the suspicious look the old man was giving Lucius, and the worried look in said blonde's eyes, Harry walked back over to the Death Eater. Well, Lucius, you said you would buy me lunch, let's go. Ignoring Draco's furious shout upon hearing that, he rushed the man away from the castle and prying eyes. Once they reached the gates, he brushed a strand of hair from Lucius' face, looking him up and down. He looked stiff and perfectly collected as usual. Good luck, and don't forget to send my regards. Still in pain, Lucius simply nodded tightly before apparating away. Voldemort sat in his chair, head in hand as he surveyed the empty room. He'd put this off for too long, he knew, but even now he still didn't want to do this. His resurrection had forced him to reevaluate a lot of his choices. Perhaps it was the idea of rebirth. The second you're born, you begin to learn about the world. Or maybe it had just erased the effects of the Horcrux. Either way, Tom was finally seeing clearly. He'd been doing this all wrong. He didn't want death and insanity, he wanted magic and order. There was going to be some changes to the dark, and his Death Eaters could accept that or go. It would be much easier this time with the Potter child dead, as unfortunate as that was. He must have truly lost his mind to consider killing a child. Tom knew what it was like to be hated and alone. He was drawn from his thoughts as several Death Eaters began apparating into the hall, more following each time until it was full. The silence was heavy, and he could see the shock and fear on his followers' faces. where respect had once been. He stood, suppressing his frown when several of them moved back, cringing away as if expecting pain. What had made him think that torturing those loyal to him was a good idea? It was completely impractical. My loyal followers, thank you for coming. I'm sure this is a shock to all of you. He had decided charm would work best in this situation and was amused at the confusion it evoked. My lord? A Death Eater, Severus asked. Yes, they must be very confused. His appearance now was nothing like the twisted husk he had become before his death. Pale, inhuman features had been replaced with the face of a man he'd recognized. A straight nose and high arching brows added to his distinguished features of sharp cheekbones and a strong jaw. Attention was drawn to bright blue eyes framed by dark lashes. His hair was pushed away from his face, thick, silky black curls resting perfectly. He hadn't felt this young in years. Yes, Severus, it is I. He tried not to grimace at the slight hiss in his words. He'd originally done it to remind his followers of who he was descended from, and to intimidate them, but it had now become a bad habit. I do hope you have enjoyed your quiet little lives, hiding in plain sight, denying your loyalties. Immediately shouts and denials echoed out, all falling quiet at a raise of his hand. That was how it started. The madness, the craving for power. He'd forgotten how good it felt to have that kind of control, all those purebloods listening to him, a lowly half-blood. He couldn't allow that to get the better of him this time. He had a goal, and nothing would stop him this time. Not even Dumbledore. It does not matter. We shall not be resuming the war. He waited for the shocked gasps and whispers to die down before continuing. We lost our way, our true purpose. The needless spilling of magical blood is not our dream. Bloodlust distracted us from the real enemy. The Muggles. Those that wish to dilute magic, to take our birthright away from us. No more. We shall start again. We shall rise from the ashes and clean the stain it has left behind. We win this properly, or we lose everything. The silence, the stillness was deafening, and he looked around the room, ensuring he met the eyes of every Death Eater there. We do this for your families, for our ancestors, our traditions. We do this for magic. A cheer rose up and he allowed a small smile on his face, retaking his seat. This could work. He knew not everyone would be happy going the political route, as he planned to do, but he could see the relief on the faces of many. His followed had tired of the loss and the bloodshed of the last war. Even if they didn't agree with all of his policies, they would agree, if only to prevent more pain. Yes, this would work just fine. Chapter 16, The New Regime. Lucius walked down the long dark hall towards the office his lord was waiting in. He glanced sideways at Severus, who seemed uncharacteristically nervous. Before he could ask what was wrong, they arrived, and Wormtail opened the mahogany door to reveal a cozy and well-furnished room. There was a dark wood desk littered with quills, ink, books, and papers. The leather chair behind it was overshadowed by the large oak bookcase that seemed to have an entire library jammed in. A beautiful chaise lounge stretched the side of the wall, and opposite the room was a large, impressive carved fireplace. In front of the roaring flames was a coffee table and 3 black wing-back chairs. One of these was occupied by the young man that his lord had become. Lucius couldn't help but compare this setting to before the war. The cold, dark stone meeting room, with harsh wooden chairs. It had been scary and lifeless, whilst this office, whilst intimidating to be sure, was still charming and used. It was so human, and Lucius could only hope that was reflected in the Dark Lord. They stood, waiting to be addressed. Oh, there is no need to be so formal, do take a seat. You're my most trusted, you do not need permission to simply sit. Relieved, he did just that, though Severus hesitated and for some reason seemed even more nervous than before. Do you fear me, Severus? Immediately the potions master retrieved his blank masks, looking at the powerful wizard that had addressed him. Of course, my lord, you are the most feared wizard in this world, the most powerful. Snape stopped speaking when Voldemort shook his head, looking away and into the flames. No, I am not. That is not what I wish anymore. Lucius glanced at Severus, unsure as to what was happening. Perhaps this was a trap? Tom couldn't help but be amused by how uncomfortable Severus and Lucius seemed to be. This is no trick. Why would I lie to my second and third? Surprise covered their faces, unhidden by cold and uncaring masks. They looked to each other with confused side glances, as unsubtle as their shock. My lord, what of Bellatrix? She was... He cut them off, once again wondering how far his insanity had taken him, to make such a stupid decision. Bellatrix lost her mind as I did. I believe she cannot retrieve a sanity she was born without. She will be left in Azkaban where she belongs. Whilst she may be more loyal than the two of you, she would never agree with my new plans. Severus' face went blank at his accusation whilst Lucius' eyes widened, confirming what he'd thought. Secrets were being kept from him, and it was time to reveal all. I believe you have something to tell me. Snape wasn't sure what Lucius had been hiding. He didn't know anyone more brought in and dedicated to the Dark Lord than the Malfoys, but it was all too clear that their master knew what he had done. Severus only needed to look at Voldemort once to know he could not lie any longer. Whilst his beliefs lay in line with his master, his loyalties had changed. Severus? He gulped, sending a quick prayer to whichever cruel gods did this to him, and looked Voldemort in the eye, ready for death. I believe you are aware that for the last 14 years I have been spying for the light. He heard a slight gasp from Lucius, but his lord did not react, simply watching him. All I asked, my lord, was that you spare Lily. When you did not, I felt you had truly fallen to madness, and I left in hope that I could find a place with the light. Silence followed, and he couldn't look at the Dark Lord any longer, instead staring down at his potion-stained hands. Was it truly worth it, Severus? He glanced up quickly, the question catching him off guard. My lord? The man shook his head, leaning back into the chair and watching the flames as they danced in the hearth, whispering, Did you find solace with the light? Knowing the answer, Severus simply shook his head. No matter what he did, nothing had ever felt right. Not until the newspaper. Very well, Severus. He tensed, waiting for the bright green light that would surely spell his end, and jumped when instead a hand touched his shoulder. Opening his eyes, he saw the man looking at him. Your beliefs lie with us, Severus. This is where you belong, and I am sorry my madness and cruelty drove you from that path. You will always have a place here with us. He simply looked in shock. His lord was showing mercy? Was the man ill? Or had he truly regained sanity as he claimed? If things could go back to how they had once been. Thank you, my lord. I would be honored to serve once again. The man simply nodded and sat back down, glancing slightly at a very pale Lucius. Is there anything more you have to share, Severus? He knew what he meant. Severus was to spy just once more. Lucius sat quietly and tensed as Severus informed the Dark Lord of the 4 horsemen and Potter's return. He watched his lord's features carefully throughout, wondering if he would be as obsessed with the boy as he had before. Their lord had forgiven Severus for spying, but Lucius was quite literally sleeping with the enemy. Eventually Severus stopped speaking and Lucius began to tremble when they turned to him. That's very interesting. It would appear that Potter is more than we bargained for. It is of no matter, we have our goal now, and if it comes to it I will fight gods for our freedom, though hopefully it will not come to that. Lucius sighed. Perhaps they wouldn't be asking. So Lucius, why is it you are still cloaked in fear? He swallowed the lump in his throat and looked back at his master. I have a confession to make, my lord. He did not reply, and Lucius wondered how to explain even as the words tumbled out of his mouth. Before he knew it, both Severus and the Dark Lord knew what he had done. Severus had gone rather pale and had a nauseous look on his face, whilst Voldemort was silent, fingers steepled together in front of an expression of deep concentration. This could be just what we need. Both Severus and Lucius turned to the man, confused. My lord? He nodded and stood, pacing the room with an excited look in his eye. He had never seen his lord so animated and human before. It was relieving. Yes, you can liaise between the Dark and the Horsemen, arrange for meetings and perhaps persuade them to our side. Inform them of our new plans. Lucius couldn't help but be swept up in the excitement. He wasn't going to die. Their lord had truly returned. as he once was when they were just teenagers. He ignored Severus and walked over to his lord. "You are not angry?" The man laughed, sitting at his desk and furiously writing something down on parchment. "Your strange dalliances are your own, Lucius. It just so happens that this aids our cause." He paused, rolling up the parchment and sealing it with wax before handing it to the blonde. "Give this to the horsemen. I will meet with them soon. You may both go." Immediately Severus stood from his chair and scrabbled to the door as if he could not leave fast enough. Lucius bowed deeply, despite his lord's annoyed click if the tongue and dismissive wave of his hand. He left the room, releasing the deep breath he'd been holding since they'd walked in. Chapter 17. The Secret's Out. Harry sat down, quietly sipping his tea as he read the morning paper. He usually avoided the Daily Prophet, he didn't trust Skeeter. But today's story was rather interesting. His companion clearly agreed. Snape sat across from him, tea untouched as his eyes were glued to the page. Why was he taking tea with Severus Snape? Honestly, Harry wasn't sure at this point. The man wasn't so bad now, he wasn't being an immature bully. His quick wit and dark humor was rather endearing in a way. He put down the paper, its headlines staring up at him, dramatic and cliched, as per usual for Rita. The boy who lived again. Apparently someone had finally let that poor cat out the bag, and now the whole world knew about him and the horsemen. It was certainly a big story. Why did they put the cat in a bag in the first place? It's just cruel and rather pointless if you only let it out anyway. This finally caused the potions master to look up with a painfully confused look on his face. "What on earth are you talking about, Harry?" He shrugged, draining the last of his tea and kicking his legs up and over the arm of the chair. He quite liked the rooms he was staying in, though they weren't quite as comfortable as his own room. Not that it mattered. He went to ask Severus if he had any plans for the day when the door slammed open. Unsurprised, he looked over to see Lucius storm in, one of the 5 people that had access to this room. "Hello, Lucy, what a pleasant surprise." He turned back to see Severus's face go taut in shock, before quickly standing and nodding at them both. "I'll leave you alone." Harry's laughter chased the man out of the room and Lucius took his place in the other chair. "Am I right to assume Sev knows about us?" Lucius nodded curtly, worrying Harry. "This wasn't about them." "What is it, Lucius? Tell me." The blonde sighed heavily, removing his coat and gloves and neatly placing them on the table. Yes, Lucius was quite the neat freak, it was rather amusing to watch. "The Dark Lord knows about everything." Harry frowned. "What was this about?" "He asked me to pass on a message. He wishes to meet with you and the other horsemen to discuss the current situation." Harry nodded. He wasn't surprised about that. He was more annoyed that Lucius hadn't told him this sooner. "You got back last night, why didn't you tell me then?" Lucius bowed his head, long silky hair hanging down to cover his face. "I was tired and needed to think." Harry frowned at that. There was something more, he could feel it. "Did he hurt you?" Immediately the pureblood shook his head vigorously, looking at him as Harry knelt down beside the chair. "No, that's the thing, my lord. He's changed." Yet again, Lucius found himself confused about how close he felt to Azriel, how easy it was to confide in him. Was this some sort of spell or trick? How so? He was drawn from his anxious wonderings by the question. "It appears he has regained his sanity. He'll fill you in on his plans, but they've changed. He doesn't want another war." All he received was a raised eyebrow. He understood the demigod's reaction. It was still unbelievable to him as well. But it was true. The Dark Lord had actually changed. "I'll believe that when I see it. There's something else though, isn't there? You're still worried." Lucius frowned, glaring slightly at how well this being could read him, even through all his masks and shields. "I don't understand why I'm doing this. Being here with you, speaking to you, it makes no sense. You're Harry Potter for Salazar's sake." The man shrugged at that, lying down in the bed and staring at the curtained black canopy above. "I'm not Harry Potter and you know that. He died, and I'm what's left, the strongest parts that my master resurrected. All you see is a powerful, handsome man that understands and can listen. An escape from your stressful life and your dull marriage. Possibly the only escape you'll ever get." Lucius glared, his eyes fiery, but Azriel still wouldn't look. How dare you speak of my marriage? What gives you the right to speak to me of such things? Suddenly Harry was gone, the dark angel reappearing directly in front of him. What gives you the right to speak to me that way? I am a god, Lucius, don't forget that. And I don't lie. I'm only saying what you think. If you don't like what you're hearing, then go take a long hard look at yourself. You might be surprised at what you see. The dark eyes glared down at him from a halo of green flames. He fled from death, slamming the door behind him, as if running from an inevitable fate. Blaise leaned back, laughing as a pouty blonde tried to follow. Draco, stop. Anyone could see us. Draco sighed, rolling his eyes and in falling back, pale arms still looped around his waist. You're paranoid. Who cares if another Slytherin walks in? Blaise frowned. It wasn't the students he was worried about. Over the last few days he'd been spending more time with the rest of the horsemen, all of which he'd become very close to. Unfortunately, that had resulted in 3 incredibly scary and powerful wizards being rather protective of him. And no one knew that he and Draco were dating. Darling, don't worry. No one comes down here anyway. He grinned, leaning forward and placing a gentle kiss on his boyfriend's lips, just as Azriel walked in, slamming the door behind him. Gasp! He pulled back, almost falling off the chair they were on and scrabbling to stand. Did you just say gasp? The taller wizard nodded, strolling forward and casually leaning back against the wall next to Draco. Yes, so you could hear my shock. Since when was this a thing anyway? Blaise shook his head and sat down again, used to Azriel's strange ways by now. Sometimes he just wasn't all there. Who says gasp? That's just weird. The horseman frowned at Draco, leaning forward and placing a finger over his mouth. Hush, Blondie. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Blaise laughed as his boyfriend flushed red, glaring at his uncle. Almost a year now. And please don't tell anyone, AZ. Mum doesn't know yet. And I don't want you guys threatening him. Azriel nodded furiously, standing up and placing a hand over his chest. I promise. Cross my heart and hope to die. The 2 purebloods stared at him with pure confusion swimming in their eyes. Sorry, it's a muggle thing. Well, I'll see you later, kiddo. The man rushed out of the room, worrying Blaise with his sudden abruptness. What was he up to? He bent his head back, neck clicking as he stretched and popped his joints. Behind him, Kratos and Mars scouted the area as Hel escorted Neville back to the castle. They'd used his memory to find their way to the graveyard. If they were going to meet Voldemort, it would be on their terms. Harry had spent that morning looking for Lucius to pass the message on to Riddle, but the Death Eater was apparently avoiding him, unsurprisingly. He didn't quite understand why Lucius was upset. Sure, it was never fun to admit to something difficult, but most pureblood marriages were arranged. Lucius had told him all about the affairs on both parts, and he wasn't sure why the man was so upset now. Either way, it didn't matter. Severus had graciously agreed to speak to his lord, and now they only had to wait. The other horsemen returned to his side, finished clearing the area of any hidden threats. They were a formidable image to be sure, for muscled figures, packed in tough black leather, faces obscured by deathly masks of bone. Dark gazes peered out beneath the folds of the deep hoods of their cloaks, yet their emblems were proudly displayed. A symbol of thorns, a triangle, circle and line, each holding an image of the horseman. Azriel's chest had a scythe emblazoned in black over the thorns. Kratos held a bloody red fist. Mars had an elegant silver sword encased in the brush. Hel had a green bottle poison stick to the pocket. It was clear who they were, and that they were not to be trifled with. They stood at the ready in a row, each with one hand at their weapon and another ready to summon the powers death had gifted them. A dark showdown fell from the sky, landing on the ground like ink in water, solidifying and shaping into the form of their guest. Voldemort stood at the center with Lucius and Severus at either side. The potions master nodded in greeting at the 4 figures, Lucius refusing to make eye contact. Well, the infamous 4 horsemen. I have heard so much of you over the years. You're everything the legends say and more. It's an honor to finally meet you. Although, I've been made aware that Azrael and I have some history. Harry could have laughed at that, but nodded. He certainly wasn't wrong. The dark wizard walked forward until he was stood in front of him, peering up at his mask. Impressive craftsmanship. Is there a face I recognize beneath the mask? Harry smirked as his friends tensed, but he wasn't scared of this man. He could kill him in an instant, but there was no need. He knew Voldemort. This wasn't him. He lifted a hand and removed the mask, revealing the man beneath. At the sight, Riddle nodded, barely reacting. You've changed. Harry smirked, gesturing to the others to relax. There was no threat here, not now. I'm not the only one. He looked around and found a harshly cut rock, swiftly transfiguring it into a table and 2 chairs. He sat, inviting his old enemy to do the same. The horsemen stood at his back, ready, mirrored by Lucius and Severus. Tom nodded at that. They were both different. I hope that's a good thing. If we were the same, working together would be rather difficult. The other 3 shifted at that, and he worried he'd said something wrong. This was a delicate procedure, and Potter's face was revealing nothing. You have slaughtered thousands of innocent people, and the very name of your followers is an insult to our master. Why would we work with you? The deep voice echoed out from Lord Conflict. Unfortunately, he couldn't exactly disagree with the demigod assassin. His lost sanity was a reason but no excuse, and they had no reason to trust him. I have made mistakes, grievous ones at that. I have many regrets, and I will hold them for the rest of my life. Potter laughed at that, and his 3 shadows glanced at each other as if having a silent conversation. He watched as Lord Death leant forward, arms braced on the stone table. Yes, your immortality. Horcruxes. You've tried to cheat death, a further insult. I do hope you realize your soul isn't safe from me. He frowned at that. He'd been told that death always found a way, but this was not what he'd expected. I can only apologize for my mistakes, and for insulting you and your master. I'm sure you will punish me however you see fit. I only ask that you give me a chance to show you the change I can bring. My plans have been disbanded. No more deaths. Potter nodded, turning to look at the woman behind him. It was strange, acting as if they were speaking, yet no words were spoken. Legitimacy, perhaps? So I've been told. Whether that is true, you will have to show us. Your future is up to you. Chapter 18. Moving on and up. Swiftly the horsemen departed once the meeting was over, pensive of all they'd discovered. It seemed as though Voldemort had truly changed. But that mattered not. They would have to wait and discover his plans before making further decisions. Tired, they removed their uniform before entering the Great Hall and taking a seat at the Slytherin table by Blaise. In his intense concentration, Harry forgot himself, grabbing Maria's arm as she went to sit between her son and Draco. Let them sit together. Draco's rather needy when his boyfriend doesn't give him attention. As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes widened and he slapped a hand over his mouth. Boyfriend. Immediately the others swarmed on Draco, wrathful glares causing the blonde to wilt under their intensity. It was nothing compared to the fury in Blaise's eyes as he looked at Harry. You promised you wouldn't say anything. This apparently hadn't been the right response, as Maria only grew more intense. Why didn't you tell me, Blaise? I'm your mother. The teenager only moved to glare at her, guilt barely holding a candle to the flame of his anger. I'm your son, and you didn't tell me you were one of the deadliest assassins in the world. Harry shifted slightly at the growing tension within the group, knowing it was his fault. His next idea was like many of his great plans. Would he fix the situation? No, he'd solve this problem with another. Oh, relax, hell, Malfoy isn't so bad. Honestly, he and Blaise remind me of you and Damien. The entire group fell silent at that, and he hid his grin as it reached the intended effect. Realization dawned in Blaise's eyes. Wait. Harry decided not to stick around for the following inevitable explosion, walking swiftly out the door as shouting rose up once again. He had his own problems to deal with. 2 years ago, Harry slowly opened his eyes, shutting them again to guard him from the bright, piercing light. His hand fell to his face as he rubbed it, a bone-deep weariness seeming to be etched into his bones. As he woke more, he became vaguely aware of a rhythmic rise and fall, as though on a train. Was it the end of the year already? Perhaps he'd fallen asleep on the train. When no wheels or whistles met his ears, only a soft crunching of footsteps. His eyes snapped open and he moved to sit up. He was surrounded by 2 men and 1 woman, none of which he'd recognized. The eldest, a man with many scars and silvery hair, was carrying him, and he began to struggle against the stranger's arms, trying to escape his hold. "Let me go!" Immediately he was dropped to the ground, and he crawled back, desperately trying to escape. Was this another of Voldemort's plans? The woman stepped forward, speaking, but he ignored her, looking around for a way to escape. Where have you taken me?" When Dumbledore finds out, he stopped at that, stilling as a realization hit him. Would Dumbledore even care? Maybe this was another of his plans, to force Harry to fight Voldemort again. Just like the chamber memories flooded his mind, and he quickly looked down at his wrists, clear of cuts or scars. Had he not done it? Why couldn't he remember? He slowly looked up at the 3 adults, who were peering at him, worried. What's going on? The woman hesitantly walked closer, crouching down to reach his eye level. Try to stay calm, dear. My name is Mariah, and this is Damien and Callahan. You were injured, we brought you here to keep you safe. No one can ever hurt you again, I promise. Harry didn't quite understand why he trusted her. But he did. Now he really thought about it, he wasn't scared of them, and it didn't make any sense. Where are we? She looked to the others, as if it was a complicated question, and he frowned as they just stared at each other. The younger man, Damien, apparently stepped forward, kneeling next to Mariah with an easygoing smile on his face. I know this is confusing, but just try to relax, kiddo. We know how it feels, but there's someone that's better at explaining all this. How about we just get inside for now? This answer didn't satisfy Harry, but another wave of exhaustion hit him, and he nodded wearily, struggling to get up. Once again, the older man Callahan picked him up, and he sighed, resigned to being carried into the large castle that loomed over them. He finally took in his surroundings, acres of beautiful land, with rich forests and neat, intricate bushes. It led up to the grand building before them, whitewashed walls standing tall above its lands. An old tattered banner hung from its turret, a strange symbol stitched on the dark material. They finally entered the strangely familiar place, and darkness enveloped him. Present day, I'm going to tell you your real name, the one etched deep into your soul, that you know deep down as truly you, the name you will always respond to. Most aren't fortunate to ever discover theirs. Your name, my child, is Azriel. Harry opened his eyes, staring up at the ceiling above his bed. It had been so long ago that death had explained the horsemen to him, that his training from boy to god had begun. But why was his master reminding him now? What did it mean? Sighing, he stretched and jumped out of bed, dressing himself with a wave of his hand. He didn't remember going to the Nether State. He'd come to his room to plan. His horsemen were coming to a crossroads, and he had a decision to make. But Harry didn't know if it was the right one. Mariah sat at the table, head in her hands as shouting continued around her. She had long since given up, and the hall was no vacant, the students returning to their classes, all except Blaise and Draco. She knew she'd reacted the wrong way, but she'd always been so protective of her son, and now he was all grown up. She thought back to what Azriel said. She knew what he was doing. Peering from the corner of her eyes, she watched as Damien tried to appease Blaise whilst simultaneously threatening Draco. It wasn't exactly working, and she smiled fondly as he struggled. Follow your heart. Her back straightened as the voice echoed in her ear, shock striking every nerve. Mum? She looked from Blaise and Draco to Damien, a small smile taking her features. Blaise, darling, I'm sorry, that wasn't the right reaction. We do get very protective, and I understand why you didn't tell me. And I'm sorry I made you feel as though you had to keep such secrets. She reached over to take Damien's hand, who looked at her in shock. It was surprising. Never before had she acknowledged their relationship in front of others. Too scared of losing him. Draco dear, you have my blessing. You take care of my boy. At these words, All three horsemen glared at him, and he nodded weakly. Yes, ma'am. Soon after the group disbanded, leaving Blaise and Draco to themselves. Damien followed Mariah to her chamber. He needed to talk to her. She didn't bother to close the door, obviously waiting for him. So, she rolled her eyes, sitting heavily in her chair and waiting for him to do the same. Honestly, how old are you? Over 200 years old, and you still act like a child. He grinned at her, relieved when she smiled back and took a seat opposite the woman he had become so enamored with over the years. I'm a young soul, there's nothing wrong with that. She only nodded, distractedly, and he gently took her hand, waiting for her to look up at him. What is it you want, Mariah? What are we doing? Silence met his question, and Damien worried that he'd misread the situation. Maybe she didn't want to be with him. Our master approves. He blinked at her, uncomprehending. Their master approves. Of them? Their master approved. You mean? She nodded, a bright smile slowly crossing her face, quickly turning into a grin as he lifted her, spinning her around in joy. Damien kissed her passionately. He'd waited 100 years to be with her, and now he could be. Things were finally coming together. But what about Blaise? She sighed, gently cradling his face in her hands as she kissed him gently. I keep treating my son like a child, but he's all grown up now. It's time I started treating him as such. I don't need to hide anymore. Mars stood in front of the mirror, smoothing down his peppered hair and rubbing a hand over the slight stubble of his chin. This wasn't like him. He didn't like to involve emotion with his work. He'd barely allowed himself to care for the others, not after losing Dahlia. It had been fairly easy to distance himself from Damien. The man was a child. Mariah, however, immediately challenged that, constantly involving him in their affairs. When his fondness for Azriel appeared, however, he had decided that if he could trust anyone, it would be his fellow horseman. This is why he was rather nervous as he found himself standing before the door of Minerva McGonagall's office. His usual battle attire switched for a simple shirt and trousers. A gentle knock drew his attention, and he lowered his hand, slightly annoyed by his thoughtless action. He stood to attention as the door opened, smiling slightly as Minerva appeared in the door, surprise crossing her features. Lord War, to what do I owe this visit? He nodded his head slightly, in a subtle bow at her greeting. It had been a long time since he'd done this, and Callahan knew he was somewhat old-fashioned, but he wouldn't change. Good evening, my lady, and please, call me Callahan. I am here to invite you to dinner, if you would do me the honor? Minerva blushed slightly, internally scolding herself at her lack of composure. Callahan was certainly handsome, but she was old, and had not expected this. Why, thank you very much, Callahan. I'd be delighted. And please call me Minerva. Again he bowed, offering his hand, and he led her down the halls to a small room. Within was a table with food and wine, lit by hundreds of candles, soft music drifting in the distance. A warm breeze blew through the room through an open window, carrying the aroma of roses. It would be summer soon, and she knew what that would bring. The students would leave, and a war would take their place at Hogwarts. Though who would win she had no idea. Her faith in Albus had forever been shook when young Harry had died. Upon finding out the truth, she could barely stand to look him in the eyes. It was dark times indeed, when one doesn't know which side is good and evil anymore. She was distracted by the troubling thoughts by a gentle hand at her waist. She allowed herself to be guided to the table, taking a seat and smiling at his manners, as he poured her wine. What followed was a night of warm smiles and quiet conversation. One the two battle-scarred magicals hadn't had in a very long time. They remained there for hours, blissfully unaware of the trouble stirring above. Chapter 19. No such thing as good. Harry stepped out of his room the next day, finally decided. He turned his head looking at Damien and Mariah to his left, Callahan to his right, before walking down the corridor towards the Great Hall. They had an announcement to make. Dumbledore sat back, smug of the guaranteed success of his plan. All the scripture on the four horsemen agreed on one thing. The only thing that could kill soldiers of death was death. So all Albus had to do was convince the god that they needed to go. He was brought from his thoughts by a loud bang, as the doors to the great hall were thrown open by a pure blast of power. He looked up to see the 4 horsemen, striding in, dressed in black and donning their masks. "Good morning, Harry, my boy." The minister looked at Dumbledore incredulously. How could the man speak to Lord Death like that? The disrespect was insane. Was he asking to be killed? He looked over to Lucius, who seemed equally as surprised. They'd received a letter from Lord War summoning them, claiming the horsemen had an announcement. Lucius had been oddly silent on the way over, but Cornelius had no time for that now. "My lords, it is so very good to see you again. I hope you have been well?" Harry rolled his eyes at the mortal's antics. "There are no time for pleasantries, we have come to a decision." The hall fell still, a held breath waiting to be released, or end in eternal sleep. They stepped forwards to the raised dais where the professors sat, shadows swarming around them like cloaks. "Our master charged us to preserve the balance of magic, to do what was best for your kind, to defend the ministry and those who claim light, or to support the Dark Lord and those who claim darkness." He glared as Dumbledore stepped forward to interrupt. "You once called him Voldemort. Don't tell me the mighty 4 horsemen fear Voldemort." Harry rolled his eyes as the school's inhabitants flinched each time they said Voldemort's name. Mars clearly felt as exasperated, replying to the headmaster, "We are children of death, we fear nothing." Fear, however, does not negate respect. Harry smirked at the chastised look on Dumbledore's face, before going to resume. Again he was interrupted, this time by an unknown face. "After everything he's done to you, Harry, how could you give that monster any respect?" He glared, disliking the familiar lecturing tone of the man. Bright gray eyes followed his movements from behind a curtain of shoulder-length black hair. Tattoos crept up from beneath the collar of a leather jacket. Whoever this man was, he appeared to know Harry. "And you are?" A scoff sounded from behind him, drawing his attention. Severus walked towards him, face sour as he scowled at the man. Sirius Black. That explained it. Realization dawned on him. Ah, Sirius Black, godfather of Harry Potter. We finally meet. Hope entered those eyes as Sirius walked towards him, until he stood at the bottom of the platform steps. "Please tell me you remember me, pup?" He simply raised an eyebrow. What kind of idiotic question was that? "You mean from when I was a baby?" "Not really. I am aware of you, however. Sirius Black, friend of James Potter and godfather to his son. Mate to Remus Lupin." Tears spilled over at the mention of the name, and even Severus looked uncomfortable. Of course, he'd forgotten. It had been in the papers last year. Lupin had been a professor here until he turned and almost killed 2 students. It had been quite the scandal, especially once it was proven that Peter Pettigrew was alive, and the real traitor. The public uproar had forced the ministry to act, releasing Black from prison and putting down the werewolf. "I do not know you, and frankly this does not concern you." Dumbledore scowled. Bringing Sirius hadn't worked. What was he thinking? Harry wasn't even human anymore, let alone the young boy that craved family. It was fine, he still had the backup plan. He gave a subtle nod to Alastair. It was time to bring them in. The doors were opened, and the 3 muggles walked in. Yes, this would work nicely. Torture scene. If you've read my other books, you know what you're getting into. The second he saw them all, sense left his mind. Any thoughts of rules or balance were thrown out the window. These were the monsters that had torn apart his childhood, leaving him alone and in pain. "Asriel." The voice was muffled, and he barely registered the hold of his friends as he threw them off, striding down the hall towards the Dursleys. He didn't question why they were here, focused only on the intense fear on their faces as he drew closer. Yes, they should be afraid of him. They would pay. A wave of power raised them into the air, and they choked around the invisible force that held a grip on their necks. In a flash of movement he jumped into the air, levitating in front of his aunt. Shouts rose up from below, but he ignored them, intent on his revenge. Petunia's hair was set aflame, and she let out a strangled scream, terror and panic entering her eyes. Whilst she desperately tried to put out the flames, he turned next to Dudley. "Greed will be the death of you, boy." His skin turned an ashen gray, and he clutched his stomach before he began to retch. Azriel looked on, amused, as his cousin began to throw up his body weight in blood. Vessels popped in his eyes, and his nails turned black. A wet, rasping cough was the last sound to leave his cousin, before he fell to the ground, lifeless. Petunia didn't even notice, the fire spreading across her entire body, her screams climbing higher and higher. "Stop it! Just stop! What did we ever do to you?" He let his aunt fall to the ground, a smoking corpse of crispy, bloody flesh and blackened bone landing on the bloodless shell of her son. Slowly he turned towards his uncle, and finally removed his mask. He waited for a second, before grinning as recognition lit his uncle's eyes. You freak." It was the wrong thing to say, and Harry's anger exploded. In a second a knife was in his hand, and he plunged it into the bastard's stomach, spilling his insides in one large swift cut. The man let out a loud harsh shout, but it only served to enrage Harry further. "Shut up!" Hooks made of pure shadow formed next to him, before tearing into his uncle's skin with a sickening wet tearing. 2 in his neck and 1 in each shoulder, arm and leg. Reaching forward, Harry gripped Vernon's face with his hand, forcing the man to look at him as the life slowly faded from his eyes. Anything he could have said fled his mind as he looked into the eyes that had only ever held hatred for him. All the anger left his body, and he watched emotionlessly as the hooks pulled in each direction, tearing apart Vernon's body and showering the great hall in blood. "It's over now, kiddos, you can open your eyes." The audience to the bloody horror show looked on in shock from below. Finally the horsemen were released by the force that had held them against the wall Azriel had thrown them into. Even they were surprised, but worry quickly overtook that. Mariah ran forwards towards their young, haunted leader. "Azriel?" Her voice seemed to break the silent spell he was under, and he disappeared in a hurricane of darkness. She knew where he'd gone, and nodded to Damien and Callahan, who both disapparated back to Peveril Castle. She cleared her throat, looking around the room at the horrified expression on students and teachers alike. After a lingering glance at her son, she turned back towards Dumbledore and the minister. "I believe our decision is clear." With a click of her fingers, the bodies and blood disappeared, and she apparated away, leaving not a trace of their presence behind. Chapter 20. Forsaken. The second Harry arrived at the manor, he ran to the prayer room, throwing himself at the foot of the altar. He locked the door, and proceeded to cast a silencing charm at the sound of pounding at the door. The others had clearly followed him, but he didn't want to see them right now. There was only one he could speak to right now. "My lord?" Often he would review and answer immediately, but this time he was met with only silence. Despair rose within him, but he pushed it down. Now wasn't the time, he had to make this right. Surely he could fix this. He breathed in, a slow, even breath, focusing on the power within him. Slowly it began to swell, until dark torment filled the room. "My lord, my master, I implore you, speak to me. Forgive me. I have failed you, I have acted against your word. Please." "What do I do?" Again, nothing. A solitary tear rolled down his cheek, and it broke the dam, a waterfall of regret and sorrow pouring from his soul. His master, too, had forsaken him. Never in his life, even when he was in the cupboard, had he felt this alone. Damien slumped against the door, eyes downcast as he slid to the floor. Azriel wouldn't be coming out for a while. Callahan frowned, arms crossed, quiet contemplation. You saw the old man's face. He planned this. It took a moment for him to realize what their eldest member was saying, and once he did, his eyes narrowed in contempt. He wanted Harry to get angry, to break the rule. No unnecessary killing, it would tip the balance. He'll die, plotting against death and the 4 horsemen. We can finally kill him. Callahan simply nodded, staring hard at the door to the prayer room as if he could see through it. Finally Mariah appeared next to them, sorrow cresting her face as she saw them outside of the room. "Is he?" He simply nodded, rising and placing an arm gently around her shoulders. "He won't be coming out for a while. We should rest, tomorrow is a big day." She nodded slightly and allowed him to steer her upstairs, eyes never leaving the door that separated her from her hurting friend. The wizarding world was in chaos the next day. Every news article, radio announcement and conversation on one thing. The horsemen were backing the dark in the coming war. The ministry was jammed, Aurors desperately trying to prepare, workers panicking at the thought of Voldemort's return. Fudge sat in his office, head in hands as Shacklebolt finally left. The head Auror had come in demanding to know what action the minister was taking, and Cornelius had nothing to tell him. He simply didn't know how they could win this. He raised his head, looking over to Lucius, who had remained silent the entire time. Lucius, the blonde wizard, looked up to the panicking man. He had no advice for him. His lord had said he had no need for Lucius to maintain his cover. With this war, it simply wasn't necessary. Cornelius, you and I both know you aren't as dumb as you pretend to be. It was simply a facade that stopped others from attempting to steal your position. He said nothing, but his eyes immediately became sharper and more intelligent. Yes, the minister wasn't an idiot, so I'm sure you are well aware that I am not on your side. The man's eyes flicked to his forearm, covered by his black robe. My lord will win this war, and as far as I'm aware there is nothing you can do to stop him. Death is against you. He stood walking towards the door. He wasn't needed here anymore. Good luck, minister. You will most certainly need it. With those parting words, Lucius left, closing the door gently behind him. He needed to speak to his wife. Voldemort sat up in his chair as three shadowy figures suddenly appeared in the hall. Lucius and Severus, his two most trusted, sat at either side of him to discuss their plans for a peaceful takeover. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Potter wasn't here. Of course he'd heard what the young horseman had done. That had certainly been a surprise. Was that why he wasn't here now? He refrained from asking, not wanting to offend their uninvited guests. He had not dealt with any of them directly before, after all. Welcome. To what do I owe the pleasure? The taller man stepped forwards. Lord War. He threw down a newspaper, featuring Skeeter's article announcing to the whole world that the horsemen had sided with the dark. I'm sure you are aware of our decision by now? He nodded. Lucius had come to him immediately to inform him of the news, and they had quickly begun preparations. We lend ourselves to your plans. We are your allies and your goal is now ours. It was said so formally, it made Tom wonder for a moment exactly how old this man was. The other two horsemen nodded in agreement, and he inwardly sighed at their lack of expression. It made them impossible to read. We are most grateful. If it works for you, Lucius has been made fully aware of our plans. Therefore I believe it would be best if we were to correspond through him. They agreed, and he gestured over to the blonde wizard to start. The ministry are weak, and we do not predict any difficulty in the takeover. We only need to subdue the Aurors. Here are the plans for such. He handed over a scroll of paper, detailing their plans. After quickly looking through it, they were handed over to Lord Conflict. Kratos will go with you if only for backup. Damien nodded, looking through the scroll and the plans it involved. It was good. Hell, it would probably work. He looked back up as the Death Eater continued to speak. Hogwarts will be the true difficulty. Dumbledore and his order will be battle-ready. There will be layers of enchantments protecting the castle. It would take an army to get through the wards. Mariah stepped forward, looking over the map of the school that Voldemort had laid out on the table. Azrael knows of many ways through the wards to get into the school. However, I believe an invasion is not what you wish. Voldemort shook his head adamantly. Harry was right. The guy really had changed. No, this needs to be as peaceful as possible. Violence will lead to resentment, and that will lead to rebellion. Okay, so maybe his morals weren't top-notch, but at least he wasn't completely insane. Mariah simply nodded, thinking for a second. Very well, I'd suggest infiltration then. I can go in and incapacitate the staff, allowing you, Mars and Azrael, to dismantle the wards and take over. It was a solid plan, and they quickly agreed, briefly discussing the other details before leaving. As Mariah followed the boys out, she sensed a figure behind her. She spun, knife immediately at their throat. He squirmed, eyes wide with panic as he begged for his life. Please, I just need you to pass a message to Harry. She released Lucius, watching him with suspicion. Just tell him I'm sorry, please, and that he was right. I'd like to see him again, if he could forgive me? It sounded as though each word was forced, but she could see in his icy eyes that they were genuine. Clearly the man was not one to apologize. She looked at him for a moment more before turning and walking back to the horsemen. Maybe it would cheer Harry up? He lay prostrate on the ground, staring up at the ceiling. His eyes had long since dried, no more tears left to shed. His back had stopped hurting 2 days ago, leaving only a resounding numbness to match how he felt. After all his prayers, his master still had not answered. Harry, he didn't deserve the name Asriel anymore. Wasn't sure how long he'd been in the room. A few days at least. He couldn't leave until death forgave him. He was distracted from his melancholy thoughts by a light tapping at the door. Asriel? It was Mariah. He let his head slump back down, too exhausted to reply. Look, dear, Lucius left a message for you. He says you were right and that he's sorry. When only silence met her, she sighed, sliding down until she sat leant against the door. He says he's like to see you again if you'll forgive him? Again no reply. You can't stay in there forever. We met with the Dark Lord today, the plan is going ahead. You know we can't do this without you. The silence continued and Mariah began to lose hope. After everything he'd been through, he couldn't just give up now. Okay, I know you messed up. You feel like our master will never forgive you. But he might. She at least received a bitter laugh at that. How else could you review forgiveness than completing the mission? Restoring the balance. It was silent for a while, and she worried that it hadn't worked before hearing a quiet click behind her. Scrabbling up, she saw the door open slightly, and Asriel hesitantly walked out. Dark circles were bunched beneath his eyes, which were reddened from crying. Do you really think so? She looked at him, sympathy swimming in her eyes. If he'd forgive anyone, it would be you. Couldn't hurt to try. Okay, so this one is a bit short, but that's because I think the next chapter will be the last or second to last chapter. Love y'all. Chapter 21. The War. Kratos looked around at the grandeur that was the ministry. They were standing at one end of a very long and splendid hall with a highly polished, dark wood floor. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that were continually moving and changing like some enormous heavenly notice board. The walls on each side were paneled in shiny dark wood and had many gilded fireplaces set into them. Every few seconds a witch or wizard would emerge from one of the left-hand fireplaces with a soft whoosh. On the right-hand side, short queues of wizards were forming before each fireplace, waiting to depart whilst the statue was disgusting. He could appreciate the pride that went into their work here, before corruption had inevitably spread. He turned to Lucius Malfoy, who looked brighter than he had the last times they'd met. Which way? He followed the blonde through the network of corridors that lead to the Aurors headquarters. Whilst a few officers remained stationed around the ministry, Lucius had informed them that the majority were in a meeting with Minister Fudge about their orders for the coming war. One they wouldn't fight in. A number of Death Eaters were waiting, disguised in the entrance hall for the signal that the Aurors had been taken care of. And it certainly wouldn't take long. They entered the meeting room containing the Aurors and the minister, and Kratos immediately locked the door and flew so they could not leave. The inhabitants turned to see who had entered, and they immediately got to work. Kratos stupefied several of them, whilst Lucius imperioused others to do the same. In a matter of minutes all the Aurors had been subdued, leaving only Fudge standing in shock at the scene before him. Cornelius could barely believe what he had just seen. In barely any time at all, 2 men had just overpowered the best-trained witches and wizards of the ministry. He was right. They couldn't defeat the dark, now that they had the horsemen. He looked at the man he had worked with for many years, now emotionlessly. Are you going to kill me? Confusion was all he felt at the adamant shaking of Lucius's head.
No, Cornelius.
There have been a slight change of plans, one I'm sure you'll be delighted to hear. He could have laughed at the man's expression, but instead continued to explain the plan. Shock flooded the minister's eyes as he finally grasped what they were saying. He spluttered out his words, disbelief tinting his tone. I can't do that. I'd be ruined. All of Wizarding Britain would be out for my head. Kratos stepped forward and Lucius waited, hoping desperately that this would work. Minister, I believe you've been wanting to spend more time with your wife recently, and you've had an eye on that villa in Spain for a while now. Personally, I think it would be a rather grand idea to follow that plan. Silence fell as the man thought over it, his response dictating the future of Wizarding Britain. The ministry workers paused as a loud, resounding siren began to sound intermittently throughout the ministry. It was rare that the minister had an announcement. Dear wizards and witches, I would like to thank you for your dedicated service over the years. You truly are a testament to Wizarding Britain. Now, I understand these are terrible, scary times. You all must be very worried about your friends and families. My job, as minister, is to lead this country into safety and prosperity. Unfortunately, I now believe there is only one way to do this. So it is with a heavy heart that I, Cornelius Fudge, step down as Minister for Magic. Simultaneously, an uproar echoed across the building. The coward was running away. So consumed in their fury, no one noticed the small group of cloaked figures heading towards the nearest oars. This is effective immediately, and Pious Thickness will be acting minister until another is elected. Thank you, and blessed be. Azrael glanced around to Voldemort and his more sane Death Eaters as they walked towards the shrieking shack. Those more politically inclined had gladly rejoined the fold, and the most insane were to remain in Azkaban. Finally they reached the entrance, and he nodded towards Hell. It will bring you out to a hollow underneath the Whomping Willow. If you rub the knot directly to the left 3 times, it'll stop moving. That way you can go in undetected. Once you've done your part, send the signal and we'll begin removing the wards. She nodded and walked through the tunnel, leaving the others behind, to wait. She rubbed the knot as Azrael had instructed and was relieved when the violent tree stood still. Right, that was the easy bit. She quickly walked up to the castle before hiding in the shadow of an alcove. It was getting late, so the students were filtering to their dormitories. This was good and bad news. All the teachers would soon be in the staff room, and the students would be out of the way. However, there were also a lot of young eyes that could spot her. Taking a deep breath, she cast the strongest disillusionment spell she could, before quietly weaving past the crowd and to the staff room. The locking spells were rudimentary, and she easily gained entrance, grinning as she spotted the large flagons of drinks on the center table. Snape walked in wearily. He'd been informed of the plan and knew better than to eat or drink anything tonight. It was vital he gave nothing away. Still, he couldn't help but look around the room. Was she in here? Working with the 4 horsemen was a nightmare. He took his seat with the rest of the faculty, who began to drink and chat as they waited for Minerva and Albus, whom had departed to his office to discuss the oncoming war. It would be a while, so the teachers helped themselves to drinks of tea, some with a little extra kick. He nervously watched the ticking clock for the other to join them, and was startled out of his apprehensive stupor by a loud and sudden bang. "Oh, Sybil!" Pomfrey stood to aid Trelawney, who had immediately fallen unconscious, due to the high dose of poison in her drink. It was the woman's own fault, if you will add whiskey and milk to your tea. As Poppy walked over to the sleeping teacher, she grew unsteady on her feet, wobbling slightly until she too toppled to the floor in a heap. Alarmed, the other teachers attempted to come to their aid, but all met the same fate until there was a small hill of teachers piled up. None of this, however, brought any mirth, as Severus looked around alarmed. Minerva, Albus and Hagrid were all missing. He went to try and find Lady Famine, to inform her that the work was not yet done. But clearly he was too late. A sudden flash of light came from the window, and he looked out to see the wards falling apart. It had started. Minerva rushed out, pure fear swimming through her veins. She'd been in the office when they'd seen the wards fall. He'd gone to investigate, and Minerva had run to check on the children. "Everyone, to your dormitories. Now!" The younger years all ran immediately, though confusion was clear on their faces. It halted the 6th years in place, although the Slytherins certainly seemed ready to leave. "What's going on, Professor? Is it the Death Eaters?" She frowned at Hermione. "That is quite enough, Miss Granger. Do not cause panic. Now return to your dormitories, all of you. That is an order." Quite reluctantly the rest of the students departed, and she walked over to the window, expecting to see an army awaiting a battle. When she saw none, she wasn't sure if she was relieved or terrified. As the wards fell, Tom grinned, for a moment feeling that old familiar, maniacal rush that he'd felt before. Quickly though, he tamed it and turned back towards the small group of followers that he'd brought along. "You all know the plan. No one is to be harmed unless it is the last resort. Teachers will begin to settle within the school and explain to the children in the morning. The others remove the teachers and take them to the ministry prison cells. Is that understood?" At the responses, they began to walk towards the school. An easy win surely. Callahan followed the Death Eaters into the school, on alert. He wasn't sure why, but he felt as though something had not gone quite as smoothly. As they walked towards the Great Hall, Snape ran down the stairs, looking more stern than usual. "I can't find Dumbledore or—" Before the man could finish his sentence, a spell was thrown towards them, directly for Callahan's head. In a flash of instinct he raised his sword to block it, running forward and plunging the blade into the perpetrator's heart. A loud scream resounded through the hall, and suddenly he wasn't there anymore. He was back in the battlefield again, among foreign men, but all brothers in arms. And his Adair, oh his sweet Adair, was in his arms again, the tears from his face dripping to her cheek as if they were her own. But only blood ran from her mouth, and the wound where his sword had buried itself within her breast. He hadn't known that she had chosen the other side, his fearsome, beautiful warrior. He looked down, seeing Minerva in his arms, dead. How could this happen again? He wanted to scream to the gods at the cruelty, the unfairness of it all. But in his heart of hearts he knew that tonight no one was listening. For he was always alone in war. Harry couldn't bear to leave Callahan's side. Never before had he seen the man shed a year, but the loud sounds of a battle outside drew him away. Reluctantly, he let go of his compatriot's shoulder, walking out to the courtyard. A furious storm of bright lights was spinning through the air, spell after spell after spell. Dumbledore had finally made his appearance, and he was fighting his last battle with Tom. And it would be his last. Harry could feel it. He closed his eyes for a second, and felt himself fall into the void. Not quite dead, not quite alive. Instead of being in the empty space, floating as if asleep, he saw a clawed skeletal hand reaching into the empty cavity of a man's chest. It retreated, holding a bloody, blackened lump, and figure turned. It had his face. It stepped away, allowing the body to fall, and suddenly Dumbledore's corpse lay at his feet. Opening his eyes again, Azriel watched on. Finally, his master had spoken, though perhaps not in words. Another job for Lord Death. It was clear the fight was coming to an end, the old man becoming weak and tired as Tom bombarded him with fury. He felt his powers begin to gather, the lights dimming as his mask affixed itself to his face, as he became the skull. Tom stepped away as he reached forward, a crackling blue energy appearing over Dumbledore's heart. "Please, no. All I ever wanted was the best. Harry." Not another word could be uttered, and he reached him, pulling the soul from the man's body, and handing it to Death, who looked at his side. The old wizard's eyes widened for a moment, as he looked upon the face of Death, before falling limp to the ground. Dumbledore was dead. Only one more chapter to go, guys. Chapter 22. It's all over now. Silence fell across the castle. If not for the two corpses that lay within its grounds, the events that had occurred that night could have been only a dream. It felt as though little had changed, although in reality, everything had. The students had risen that next morning, eating breakfast and going to class as usual. Of course, differences were there. New teachers, new topics, only small details. The news in the paper was the biggest shock. The ministry had been completely renewed. A new minister had replaced Fudge, deciding to look over all laws and policies that had been imprinted upon Wizarding Britain. But things changed. The world moved on. Everyone was simply relieved for the peace that had been found. It was almost as if the dark and the Death Eaters had disappeared, Lucius Malfoy had resigned from his position in the ministry, divorcing his wife and disappearing to Greece. This didn't seem to surprise his son. No, Draco seemed only to have eyes for Blaise. This, to many, would seem to be the perfect end to a tragic story. But this is life, and it is rarely so simple. Especially not when death has his say. Harry sighed happily at the warm feeling that surrounded him, like summer sunlight shining through a window. Finally, he was free. He felt like he was floating, and decided he would quite happily feel this way forever, held in a warm embrace. He forgot all the pain and hardship he felt. He was just peace. These thoughts were very quickly discarded by a sudden harsh falling sensation, and the feeling of smooth silk sheets. His eyes opened, and he stared up at the ceiling he'd seen every morning for the past 2 years. He didn't understand. He didn't remember returning to Peveril Manor. The last he'd known, he was taking Dumbledore's soul at Hogwarts. As if possessed, he walked downstairs to the prayer room, where he found Damien, Mariah, and Callahan. They were equally confused. As he walked in, a chill filled the room, and he fell to his knees as their master appeared before them. "My children, you have succeeded, and your final mission has been fulfilled." They looked around confused at that. Final mission. Balance has been restored, and until the scales are tipped again, you are no longer necessary. What you do now is up to you. Harry frowned. All he'd known was pain and serving his master. What was he supposed to do now? Clearly Mariah and Damien were not so worried, the couple smiling at each other gently as they held hands. They could be together, have a normal life, at least for a little while. "My lord." They all turned as Callahan spoke, his voice thick and rough with grief. "I have lost so much on my time on this earth. I have hurt, and been hurt time and time again. I am meant to be Lord War, but I grow tired of fighting." Harry frowned. What did this mean? "I know of your pains, my child. You have served well and have earned your rest. You are released from your service." As he spoke, a thick dark smoke rose up around Callahan's body, stripping him of the deathly grip that had held him on this mortal plane. And finally the old warrior died. None of the horsemen shed a tear for him, knowing that death would look after him now. Harry frowned. He wasn't sure what to do now. "Master, what about me? There's nothing else waiting for me in that world." Death nodded, almost kind and gentle for once. "You have been through so much, my child, and I wish to grant you kindness. But you have disappointed me with your disobedience, and that cannot go unpunished." Harry nodded. He should have known. "My gift for you, my child, is peace. You shall lose your immortality and join me in the land of the dead, as a companion." He greeted death as an old friend. "But first you have a destiny to fulfill, my child, though not as others had intended." Tom sat in his chair, looking out the window to the beautiful world he had lent a hand in creating. Under the new regime, magic had flourished, students gaining access to more knowledge and power than ever before. The laws had changed, becoming fairer to all creatures and magical alike. Of course, he'd tightened the rules on Muggle magical interaction. Too many times the statue of secrecy had been broken. Magic was strong and safe, rather than diluted and open. So much had changed in just 50 years, especially under the Malfoys' rule. Draco had been elected as Minister for Magic, with Blaise Malfoy bringing new and interesting approaches to the Department of Mysteries, brilliant advances to magic. Tom Marvolo Riddle had achieved a he'd wanted since he'd first joined the magical world as a boy. He wasn't sure what else there was to do, which was fortunate. He looked down at the 6 objects in front of him. The book, the locket, the cup, the sword, the ring, and the diadem. Each had appeared one by one this last week. He had known what was coming. "Hello again, Tom." He turned, and there he was, the black-haired, green-eyed boy that had been his inevitable end since the day he was born. Their fate written in the stars by fate herself. "Hello again, Harry Potter. I suppose we both knew this was coming. You look the same." The boy nodded, taking a seat next to the Dark Lord, who had not aged a day. "So do you. Then again, we've both been kept from death for far too long." That was certainly right. Tom was older than many wizards had grown to be naturally 132 years old now, and still looking only 20. He had cheated death, but that ended today. What have you been doing all this time? No one's heard from you. Silence met his question, and he looked back out the window as the bright light began to wake. One last sunrise. Lucius was asking after you often towards the end. Hoped he could see you one last time. Again silence, but it was different, more mournful. I've been waiting for you, Tom. We both leave tonight. He turned, surprised at that. Surely Harry would stay and serve as a horseman, as Mariah and Damien had. The couple had got married and moved back to Spain, visiting Draco and Blaise often. Less frequently now, though. After all, it must be difficult to look at your son's face and see one older than yours. You must have known in some way, Tom. We've always been linked together, you and I. Fate brought us here, to each other. He simply nodded. It made sense, ending this as they'd started it. Together, they watched as the sun rose once more, a soft burnished orange, lighting their faces. One man, steeped in death, and the other no longer running from it. With a hand on his shoulder, Harry turned from Tom, to look back at his lifelong friend. We're ready. Death nodded, and a brisk wind speed through the room, blowing out each carefully lit candle, until all that was left was the sunlight, illuminating an empty room. And so here ends the story of Harry Potter, the Chosen One, the Horseman if Death, the Lost Child. His story ending the same way as all do, at the last chapter, the last page. For we are all stories in the end. You are all in my book. Every person, animal or plant from every moment, time or universe. For we are all stories in the end, each inextricably linked. And I thank you for following this one in yours, Death.